Guys, it says I'm live, but it's not live on my phone. Get rid of that cord. It says I'm live. What the heck? What the heck? Here we go. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody can hear and see me okay. Hi, Jamie. You were in Jen's channel a few days ago. Oh, thank you. I just love that you guys help support her. She got a new job, and she's going to try to keep her channel and do her new job. So proud of her. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Yara. Hi, GR. Hi, Bliss. Okay, guys. So before I get into your questions, I'm going to begin the reading like I always do, and then I'll go back into the comment section. I'm going to start with Mother Mary and Archangel Raphael, and this is for the collective. This is for everyone. Everyone's here. Anyone who maybe will show up late, those who maybe couldn't make it. It's for the collective. Mother Mary. I missed you guys so much, by the way. All right. Oh, I didn't even give her a cut. It's really overcast here, so I'm hoping we won't have any problems with the internet. We've had some bad storms go through. All right. Mother Mary for the collective. Okay. We have those. Let's go ahead and get Archangel Raphael also ready. Just reminding everyone that I'm going to do a mix of free and donations. Donations, of course, take priority. I just, honestly, I just feel like it's the only fair way of doing it. I really don't have much of a time limit today, so I'm going to stay on for as long as I can. And if you can't, which is fine, I have chat replay on, as always. So you can always go back and listen to a reading, if you don't want to stick around, which I don't blame you guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up this reading. Mother Mary, self-respect. Self-respect. I honor and love myself through my healthful actions. And then we have caring. Somebody just got this card. Heaven cares for me, and I keep my heart open to caring about myself, others, and the world. And my God, does the world need it right now? Does the world need it right now? Yes. All right. Archangel Raphael says, stay positive. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for helping me to be optimistic and take the appropriate action steps that support my health. That's one of Archangel Raphael's jobs, is really to watch over our health. And I just did a video for each archangel, for each sign, though I left Libra out. I couldn't believe that. So Libra, if Libras are here, I did your own video. But I am going to go back and do, I'm going to go into more detail for each sign, because I think it's important that your spiritual team, and like your spirit guides, like all of a sudden I'm hearing, like, even if you don't know who I am, just give me a name, and that's what I'll answer to. Okay, stay positive, and then stretch. Well, I could use that. Stretch. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for staying by my side and motivating me to take excellent care of myself in all ways. Okay. So there's our beautiful Archangel Raphael and Mother Mary. All right, let me go to the comments. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Rose. Hi, Simone. Yara, I think I said hi. Hi, Carol. Hi, V Salsa. Anastasia, hello. Jen A, hello. Okay. So I'm going to go back now and Jamie, you're still in that diamond ring. It's so funny. I was singing a song the other day, like in my head, like this diamond ring doesn't shine anymore. Something like this diamond ring doesn't shine like it used. I forget the words now, of course, when I go live. But it made me think of you. Anyway, you told your husband that you bought a lab diamond. That's interesting because I was watching on TV where they were saying how you could buy diamonds so much cheaper now that were produced from a lab. So interesting, that's actually what you wrote. So anyway, I told my husband that I bought a lab diamond and he was not for it. So now we are getting a natural diamond. I'm working with Lauren and I request for an old mine cut natural diamond, bigger in dimension, that she found for me. Will she be able to find one in my budget? All right. It's interesting. I'm always like, what deck should I start with? What deck should I start with? And I think I'm going to start with the Tarot Dreams. I do want to remind you guys that if there is a certain deck that you prefer, certainly I have a lot of decks out. But I try to pull out the same decks every live so that you guys can get to know them also. It is time for me to get a few new decks out. All right, so Jamie, is she going to find that diamond? It's going to be in your budget. Well, right off the bat, I don't even have to look what's underneath this, but I feel like the answer is yes. But let's see. All right, we have the Seven of Swords, the Two of Wands. I'm going to bring the lid down. The Wheel, Destiny, Movement, the Knight of Cups, and then the Fool. So right off the bat, I feel like the answer is yes. You have to tell me, but I feel like there's a little frustration, and I feel like it. I don't know if it's on your part or on their part, but that's really nothing. You know what I mean? Like whatever. And I mean that if it's on their part, like whatever. But yeah, the Knight of Cups with the Fool looking right back at the wheel. Knight of Cups means an unexpected couple fulfillment. So I feel like, dare I say, this may be the ring, like the ring. Because I don't know why I'm reading this backwards. Then you go into the Two of Wands. I feel like the Seven of Swords, they can talk about untrustworthy energy, but I'm not feeling that. I feel like that's more of your husband not really liking the idea of getting, a lab diamond. But there's no worries other than that. And you're answering his worry, you know what I mean, by getting a diamond that's mined. So I do feel like, yeah, they're going to find it in your budget. And not just that, I feel like, I do feel like you're just going to love it. I feel like it's really going to, maybe this is the right call, because I do feel like you're going to feel super happy with it. Like proud to wear it type of energy. But yeah, so it all looks like it's working out in your favor. And I don't feel like you're going to have to wait long. I just don't feel like you're going to have to wait long either. Okay. I'm going to try not to make the readings too long today. Because I know people get a little frustrated when you're waiting. But I do want to remind everyone I am just merely one person with a lot of people on the other side. So I do try to give it 100%. And if I miss a question, feel free to let me know. And I know some of you do. So I appreciate that. All right, my beautiful Rachel. Hello, Sandy. I would like some messages from your guide. Life is interesting right now, and I would like some guidance. Okay. All right, my dear. I'm going to bring in the psychic tarot. Give it a shuffle. Let's give it a cut. So, messages from Rachel's spirit guides, please. Life is looking interesting for her right now. Any messages, signs, anything Rachel needs to hear, I am happy to deliver. All right. So first, we have recognition and reward. You know, what I love about this image, this person feels very humbled, but they're being recognized at the same time. They're being recognized for exactly who they are, accomplishments. But I feel like it's more about just your energy, like who you are energetically. This could be an actual, like someone really noticing, or I don't know how to say this, like someone, it's almost like a soul to soul type of energy where like I can see beyond the physical and I can feel your soul, and therefore I feel your humbleness. Interesting. Okay. We have patience, divine timing, trust in divine timing. That's really what patience asks you for, or temperance asks you for. First is patience, but then trust that all, it's working out in your favor. When temperance shows up in a reading, I always feel like comforted by that, because I feel like whatever is coming toward you, it's all in divine timing. And, temperance says what you cannot control, hand over to me. All right, we have stand your ground. Stand your ground. We have emotional withdrawal, 8 of Cups. We have spiritual strength. You got a lot of cards, my dear. We have, hello, Ace of Swords. And then look at this, spiritual union. It's like someone just reached out to you. I don't know if you just like received like some type of communication. Does a soulmate always have to mean love? It doesn't have to mean love. It can mean like I find my best friend, like I find my soul family. However, it feels to me like someone must have recently reached out, or if maybe temperance is saying if that's what you're looking for, all in divine timing. The 8 of Cups, 7, 8, 9, by the way. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. That's just me. Anyways, so emotional withdrawal, that's the 8 of Cups. And this person is literally giving their cares over, letting the tides wash their cares away. What I cannot control, right? But man, do I also feel like there's some type of emotional situation that it's either already has happened or it's about to happen because of divine timing. And maybe that's why I felt like I could feel your soul. Like I recognize you, right? But I also recognize your soul. So, and then Temperance has the Ace of Swords underneath it. Triumphant success is what it says. And spiritual strength. It's like your spiritual team is helping something to come together. Now, could it be soulmates? Well, we have soulmates here, but let's just take a card. The Empress. And then positive movement forward. Wow. All right, so feels like a new beginning. But it also feels like you're ready for this. I feel like, I also feel like this is saying, as you reflect upon your life, don't look at it like, the mistakes that I have made. Those weren't mistakes. Those were experiences. And those experiences, it definitely feels like they've taught you well. You know what I mean? Like I absorbed whatever the lesson was. I learned from it. The Empress is a reminder to keep your heart open. Stay loving and nurturing, which I feel like is your natural self anyway. But also understand your power. Like if you have any worries as it relates to love, I feel like as the Empress showing up over this spiritual union, trust yourself, trust your spiritual team. Feels like you're moving into I just feel like a relationship. Definitely, I feel like my phone is gonna ring. A text is gonna come in. This could be someone that you were with before because you do stand your ground. But really, I love this image because I feel like this person is like claiming, claiming victory over the world and maybe the world's lessons. 7 is also a very spiritual number. So, I don't know, Rachel. It just looks like, again, like I'm going to say the phone, but it can be many different ways. But I feel like somehow someone's reaching out and it is a soulmate. And if this is anyone you've been with before, then I like spiritual strength right before that because I feel like this means that, because I feel you're very spiritual. So I feel like the person that I would want to be with and also need to be, doesn't have to use spiritual lingo, but is spiritual. And they must be because, again, the recognition and reward. I also feel like this recognition and reward can be for just in your life, like, like promotions, that type of thing. But my, it looks like a soulmate is reaching out. I'm just going to take one right in the middle. 9 of Swords, suffering in silence. Temperance is like, let go of that worry. Let go of that worry. I've got control of this. You don't need to worry. And sometimes when we try to control something too tightly, how do I say this? Like, I feel like if I try to control something that just is beyond my control, then I end up in that 9 of Swords, and Temperance is like, let it go, my dear. Let it go. Let it go and trust in divine. Trust in your faith. I don't feel like the 9 of Swords and the Empress could be in the same energy. So to me, I feel like this 9 of Swords, it's not quite as like, as bad as it could be. Because I just feel like there's no way they could be in the same energy. And then the Empress is mirroring positive movement forward. Well, again, the Empress, loving, nurturing, powerful, strong. That may be why I said, like, don't look at your past. like what you would call mistakes as mistakes. No, they were experiences, and they helped you become the woman you are today. And without them, I don't know. Look at this, 8 plus 3, 11. This could be very special. This could be very special, Rachel. Okay, I'm going to let that be. And yeah, definitely love to hear a little feedback on that. And I do want to take a moment in between readings just to, because I know sometimes you guys leave me comments and after reading, and I'm just so busy going on to the next. So I just want to make sure. Okay. And those who have some free questions up there, I am going to try to come back to you, I promise. V Salsa, a new good encounter soon. So I feel like you're looking for that. That's what you're looking for. Will an encounter? No, that's not what I want to say. Well, let's just kind of see what's coming in for you. V Salsa. Let's just kind of see what's coming in for you. But with that on our mind. So, our spiritual team already knows the question. I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. The Salsa. All right. Looking for good things. Good things. Are there good things on their way? Good encounters. Are they on their way? Well, look at that. The Chariot. Definitely feels like something is on its way. Like this is the vehicle that's bringing it to you. Card of Cancer, by the way. And just remember that the Chariot is really moved by your intentions. So there's no limit to how far whatever is coming in next can go. The only limit is where our intentions put it. We have the Page of Swords. We have the Five of Wands. Interesting. Why? Well, this is who I'd want to bring in my next encounter. The Knight of Pentacles. Slow moving, but comes in at just the right time. It's like one of those things where you say, man, I just feel like I was the right place at the right time. But really, divine probably nudged you into the right place at the right time. This is guardian angel energy. And this pentacle means that something's coming into your physical world. It's not just energy, right? It's not just something I'm going to feel. You probably will feel it. But it's like it wants to make the statement that I come into your physical world. And it's mirroring the Chariot. So maybe the word soon is a clue, because this night is the slowest moving night, but moves slow with purpose. But then you have the Chariot mirroring it, which is movement. All right, let's look underneath that. Well, hello, Ace of Swords again. And then the Two of Pentacles. So something feels like some type of communication. Let's put it this way. This Knight of Pentacles says, I am bringing something into your physical world. And it may help change certain situations. Like I'm looking at this Five of Wands, and to me, it's a lot of drama. It's an energy where it can be a lot of fighting. Like nobody wants to back down in that energy, especially with the Page of Swords. You can talk about communication. Maybe communication in a certain situation wasn't great, but I feel like this has nothing to do with what this Knight is bringing in. And maybe that's part of like, again, I come in at the right time. Well, the right time wouldn't be when I'm in the Five of Wands. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't be. However, then you have the Two of Pentacles here. So I feel like you're definitely receiving this ace. Why am I saying ace? This pentacle. And then it's up to you what you want to do with it. I want to take just a couple more though. I'm going to look under that. So under the Five of Wands, we get the Nine of Cups. Inner harmony. Makes me feel like you dealt with someone or people who just, maybe are drama filled. With this Nine of Cups now, I feel like it's not you taking it anymore. It's like you're not living in that energy anymore, or you won't be living in that energy anymore. I feel like whatever this Knight is bringing in, let's remember the Nine of Cups, it is about inner harmony, but it's also a fulfillment of a wish. And then we start this line with the Ace of Swords. And then we have the Tower. Interesting. Now, this Tower could be working for you, not against you. And look at the Knight of Pentacles right above that Tower. It's almost, it's almost like this Knight is saying, I need you to be able to recover from this Tower. Or maybe it's you giving this Tower, because again, I feel like ultimately you're in this happy energy. And I feel like this Ace of Swords and this Knight have everything to do with it. So I feel like what you've been in, the energy you've been in, if you've been surrounded by drama, if you've been like, there's been bad communication with someone or even a group of people, I don't feel like you're taking that anymore. And to me, that's what the Knight is saying. Like, and then that is the right time. So I don't feel like this is you receiving a Tower. I feel like this is you giving the Tower. This is you giving the Tower. It's like you're making a statement. I'm no longer willing to take it. Take what? Any bullshit. Like, I just feel like if it's bullshit, it's not for me. All right, let's take one on this end. Well, hello, Ten of Pentacles. And the Hierophant on the other end. Interesting. I mean, hello, Knight of Pentacles. I'm bringing this pentacle into your world. This world is true. This pentacle is truly meant to enhance your life. And then what follows that? The Ten of Pentacles. First of all, it's a house of abundance. To me, it's a house of loyalty. It's energy that can take root. And then it's mirrored by the Hierophant, your faith, your belief. And I feel like, what's the other five on the table? The Five of Wands, drama, fighting. But I feel like this is you rising above it. And I feel like there must be a reward for that. And I feel like that's what the Knight is bringing. And I say a reward, but I really feel it's just like deserved. So what new encounters are coming in? Something very, very, something that's going to make you very happy. Because again, it's the Nine of Cups. It is a wish fulfilled. And then that Knight moving directly into the Ten of Pentacles. the Hierophant asks you to ask yourself, am I living my life according to my morals, to my beliefs? And if I'm not, why? Well, it could be someone else dragged you down. But I feel like now you're coming back up. The Chariot, movement, Ace of Swords, truth, integrity, communication, puts the ball right in your court. You can say yay or nay, but lo and behold, it's a wish fulfilled. You may not even know what this wish is yet. You know what I mean? Like it could be like something I don't know why I'm feeling that, but like I feel like subconsciously. But yet then it appears. The House of Abundance, inner harmony, a wish fulfilled. The Knight of Pentacles is the knight I'd want to see for all of that. Slow moving, but then the Chariot mirroring that movement. Your intentions, I feel like, are going to be very important here. Like, definitely live by your beliefs. Put your intentions out by your beliefs, and then watch what comes your way. And, this is nothing to fear because, again, it's like you are the one who's going to say yay or nay. Sometimes we don't have an opportunity to say yay or nay, but here I feel like we do. So I feel like you're handing out that tower, and I feel good about that. Okay. Wow. Well, I really missed reading for you guys. I feel like it's been forever since I've been on here. Let me just get... Alexis Howard. That's my last name. Howard. I'm so happy you're here. Hi, T. Williams. I'm going to be back down to you guys. Hi, Monica. I just don't want to ignore, I want to let you know I know you're here. Hi, Fluffies. Sophia, hello. Yeah, Rachel, I don't know who soulmate is either, but it definitely feels like it's coming in. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Alyssa. You discovered me about a week. Oh, this week. So nice to meet you. I was wondering if this person was having feelings toward me. You know what? I'm going to do your reading, Alyssa, because you knew. And I feel like just to bring you into the soul family. So, and it's very nice to meet you also. So you're wondering how this person was feeling towards me and if this connection is worth it. Thank you for the insight. You're welcome. All right. So you're wondering how this person... Wait, I was wondering how this person was feeling towards me and if this connection is worth it. Okay. And this is for Alyssa. Alyssa. Could use the light seers, Alyssa. It's funny. I was going to say this is one of my favorite decks, but I say that about every deck. But when I first purchased this deck, I was just in love with it. And then as new decks come in, certain decks get pushed back. And that's why I love doing the lives, because it gives me the opportunity to bring out these decks that I haven't used in readings for a while. All right, but Alyssa, Alyssa's like, stop talking and just answer my question. All right. So this connection, what can we know about it? We have the moon. The moon can certainly mean uncertainties. And I have a feeling that's how you're feeling right now. The moon's a card of Pisces, ruler of Cancer. But, at this table, we don't really talk about signs that much. We talk about energy. So it could certainly mean uncertainty. And I feel like that's what you're feeling. We have the Queen of Wands. Look at her. I don't know if you can see your monitor, but she's pointing right over to the moon. And I don't know. I just feel like she's rising above. Like she's rising above. Above what? Above what? Queen of Wands is my queen of action. Even if I'm not sure. Queen of Wands is someone who is not going to put a lot of, yes, I want to think about this. And yes, I want to analyze, is this going to be good for me? But the Queen of Wands will move according to her desires, what she feels passionate about. And again, you are the Queen of Wands, doesn't matter your sign. Or you're being asked to take on the energy of the Queen of Wands. All right, let's keep going. Temperance. Look at this, 10 of Pentacles. The 4 of Pentacles. And I definitely want to get some cards underneath this. Temperance, divine timing. 10 of Pentacles, wow. I almost feel like there's a potential of you becoming a family, if that makes sense. 9 of Swords. It's interesting. I feel like your spiritual team is saying, we have an option here, right? Like we have this person before us. And yes, we want to know, like, is this energy, is it going to result in anything that's worth your time? Well, I don't think temperance would really show up if it wasn't meant to be. Now, just because something's meant to be, it doesn't have to be. You have free will. But because temperance is showing up, I feel like that probably means that the two of you were guided together. This 9 of Swords. Again, temperance is like, you got to hand this worry over to me. I feel like what's happening here is you may be bringing some old energy into a new relationship, like energy of, there's people before you that did not treat me well. And I certainly don't want to repeat that. Even more reason to take on the Queen of Wands energy. The Queen of Wands would say, if it works out, fantastic. If it doesn't work out, then I'll just move on. Like she doesn't put a whole lot of like, it's you or nothing type of energy. All right, let's keep going. King of Swords. I love this image of the King of Swords because I feel like this king has climbed his mountaintop. And what I mean by that, I feel like we all have our mountains. And, the mountain to me represents life and everything we need to get through. All the things that try to knock us off that mountain. But this person has reached their mountaintop. That tells me this person carries integrity, understanding. Like I've been there. I feel good about this person, especially coming under temperance. Now, again, doesn't have to be an air sign. Don't even think about that. Like if I could get you guys not to think about the actual sign and just look at the energy, I feel like then my job is done. Anyways, I love that. All right. And look at that. There's an owl sitting right there. And to me, that represents wisdom. And then we have the Six of Pentacles. All right. All right. So I feel like some of you are worried because there is worry. And listen, we all get that, right? We all understand that. We've all been there. And it doesn't mean that the worry can go, like the worry goes completely away. But I feel like what it's saying is there is a very good chance for this to really come together. Like I do feel like there is a real opportunity of the two of you, like, being in the Ten of Pentacles together. And I also love the Six of Pentacles next to this king, because again, I feel like this king, and when I say king, queen, doesn't matter. But again, this king, I feel like has learned a lot. And I feel like one of the things you can look for is, I don't know why I'm picking this up, but like, let's say the two of you are out to dinner. And he's paying the bill and he leaves no tip. Well, to me, that's a red flag. Or he does leave a tip. And I'm using that for an example because I feel like you in your heart, you want someone who's generous and loving. And I kind of feel that at least they have that potential. Let's just put it there. At least they have that potential. I feel like these like the moon is definitely representing to me uncertainty, but I feel like that's what's causing the Nine of Swords. Sometimes I can't know, like, is this going to be my forever person? Instead, I feel like Temperance would say, just enjoy each and every moment. Because if there's going to be red flags, that's where you're going to see them in your present moment. In the Nine of Swords, I already feel like there's flags, right? But that can be old energy. Let's take one on this side. Look at this, Five of Pentacles. And let's mirror that. Look at that with the Queen of Swords. So, again, I'm not really looking at the sign, but I am seeing the Queen and now the King of the same suit. To me, that's like-minded energy. And look at her. She's kind of climbed her own mountaintop. She's looking out into the future and all its potential. Her sword is down. Her defenses. She doesn't need to be defensive, right? Like, I feel like, why? Because, especially if I'm living in the present moment, because I know that if anything comes towards me that is not good for me, that there will be red flags. And I feel like you have been through it, because the five of Pentacles means that, that energy of feeling thrown out to the cold. And I feel like that has to tie back to that Nine of Swords. And I feel like that is old energy. But maybe that's the energy, I'm not going to say don't worry at all, because that wouldn't be realistic. But if you can trust in divine, if you can live in the current moment, and enjoy and, appreciate. But also, if there are going to be red flags, then you're going to know it. Nine of Swords, it's like I'm already creating those red flags. So I really want you to look at that. Because look at the Queen. Again, her sword is down. I feel very good about this, to be honest. I feel very good. I don't know why I just said to be honest. I'm always honest. I don't know if I'm always honest. But in my readings, I am always honest. And I love the energy of the Six of Pentacles, again, next to the King and under the Ten of Pentacles. It's a very give and take type of energy. You may have been with like someone or maybe more than one person where it wasn't equal. You know what I mean? Where you were the giver and they were the taker. I don't feel that here. I feel like it's equal. And I like that a lot. But can I guarantee you that you'll end up in the Ten of Pentacles? Well, Temperance is right next to that. So I feel like there's a good chance. But again, it's not about the ultimate destination. It's about the journey. And I feel like that's what Temperance wants you to enjoy, the journey. And again, knowing that if there will be red flags, that your guides will make sure that you see them. Clear your mind and the rest will follow. Okay. Welcome aboard, my dear. I hope that helps some. All right, let me go back up and look at Annette. Where'd you go, Annette? Will you remarry? And when? And you're very welcome, Annette. All right. Hi, Kim N. I didn't see you there. Nazar, hi. I am missing people. Sorry, guys. Don't think I'll come back and say hello. Okay, but Annette, will I remarry? And if so, when? What would be a good deck for that? Cozy Witch. This is the Cozy Witch Tarot. And I want to remind anybody who's just came into the room, chat replay is on. There's something else I was going to say. I forget. But anyways, I want to think about Annette. Annette. Is Annette going to remarry? Talking to Annette's spirituals team. And if so, can you tell us approximately when? Like soon? Okay. Well, the first thing you have is a sun. So I kind of love that. To me, the sun is really enjoying one's life. When the sun is out, there's no shadows that can hide. I don't have to worry about anything being in the dark because it couldn't get by me. First of all, it is also a card of it's Leo's ruler. Six of Cups. And then Annette, look at this, the Ace of Pentacles. The Ten of Swords. The Broom. The broom means out with the old, in with the new. Cleaning the house. Whatever doesn't belong, you got to go. And I know there's something because we have 10 swords here. Now, do I feel like this is representing what will be? No. 10 swords has already happened. So, and it can talk about like repeat experiences. Let's read what it says. Hurt people hurt people. True. So that's because you have the broom following that. I feel like that's what I'm clearing out of my life, whether physically or energetically. But the sun is there to help. It's almost like, like you ever wake up on a beautiful day and you're like, I'm going to clean my house today. I'm going to open my windows. I'm going to put the music on. I'm going to dance. I don't know why I'm feeling that for you. And then you have the Six of Cups. Well, that could certainly represent someone that you know. And then you have the Ace of Pentacles, which represents something coming into your physical world. And we're asking about marriage. We have the Hermit, card of Virgo. Here's my birthday right there. I know, like some people are like, we don't care, Sandy. But I'll tell you why I always say that, because I feel like it's a little nod from my guides, that I'm on the right track. So, but anyways, the Hermit, the Hermit, it is about deep reflection. It is really about knowing oneself. It can speak about, like the Ten of Swords, the time that I was, in this dark energy, or like the dark night of the soul type of energy. But I don't feel like this has anything to do with your present or your future. At least you don't want it to be, and that's why I want to examine it. I feel like the Hermit really finds their spirituality through this dark night of the soul, through the things that didn't go right. But I'm reflecting upon them just to understand them, not to put, I'm not putting any blame on myself at all, and you shouldn't. And it's interesting, Hermit's looking back at the broom, almost like what needs to be swept out or not. All right, well, let's keep going. But I kind of love the Six of Cups next to the Ace of Pentacles, with the sun opening that up. Six of Cups talks about happy and treasured memories. Also, on this card, it says, give yourself the compassion you were never given. Well, that may be what that Ten of Swords is. Whoa, that was a nice little flip. We have the Four of Cups. Okay, let's stop for a second, because the Four of Cups can talk about discontentment and boredom in one's life. But it really is talking about a cup that's coming in, and it's coming under the Ace of Pentacles. And it's asking you that when this cup comes in, or maybe it's already come in, to use your spiritual discernment. Don't let fear rule the day. You know what I mean? Like, this is not about using a fear-based mind. This is more of an energetic, moving forward type of energy. But it is you making that decision. So I feel like the Ace of Pentacles is representing marriage. And then you making that decision. But let's keep going. We have the Nine of Wands. Well, exactly what I was saying within the Hermit, because this Nine of Wands coming directly under the Ten of Swords. Let's read the card. It would take a hell of a lot more to defeat you. So, look at your past that way. Like those who tried to defeat you, hey, maybe they did for the moment, but I don't feel like anymore. And remember, when you see nines, they are about reflection, but final reflection. I feel like the person in the nine, well, it would be you, in the Nine of Wands. Ultimately, they're really learning how strong they have become. And it is due to their experiences, good and bad. And not looking at those experiences as anything that's going to hold me back from what I truly want in life. We have toxic witches on this side, and again, the broom. And let's go on the other side. Seven of Swords. Okay. I feel like you dealt with someone who is untrustworthy in your past. I don't feel this is current. I feel like this is your past. And this is what you need to reflect upon, because, what I feel is it's mirroring toxic witches, right? So we know it was toxic energy, and we know that just through the Ten of Swords energy also. But that was them, not who I feel is in this ace, not who I feel you'll be making a decision about, not with the sun here. There's no way. And let me give you another little piece of maybe comfort. When the sun opens up your reading, and if you worry at all, like I know I don't want to repeat experiences that were not good, at least we know untrustworthy. Doesn't have to mean cheated, but certainly could be energy where there's a lot of lying, and therefore I didn't know, I could never tell, were you telling the truth? So that's your past. That's what you're reflecting upon. But really what you're doing is you're growing from that. And then using the broom to allow that energy to go so that this new energy can come in and kind of be unobstructed. What's wrong with me? Unobstructed. Oh my God. All right. And then we have the Queen of Pentacles. Now, I just want you to notice what she's doing. She's standing at a door. It's like she's recognizing her name on that door. It's a sense of pride, I feel. But she's getting ready to open that door. And I don't feel like she knows what's behind it. She's going to trust. She's going to trust. So yeah, I do feel like you will remarry. I do feel like there may be a little bit of cleaning of a house that needs to take place, but that would only serve you. And when? Well, my eye keeps getting drawn back to the sun. So they could certainly represent August, but that seems kind of, let's just look at this, the Knight of Cups, unexpected. And I had a feeling, I just had this feeling like, how do I say this? Like giving an actual date. I can't. And why? Well, because the Knight of Cups is unexpected. But listen, what I can do is just make sure that I'm ready, that I'm able to love fully. And then I feel like as this comes towards you, well, then I feel like, especially with the sun, like I feel like there will be nothing to worry about except worry of the past. So clearing that and using your spiritual discernment. But this is definitely representing that this couple fulfillment is coming in. And here's the Ace of Pentacles. That means it's coming into your physical world. And maybe there is a door that needs closed. Maybe that's why I'm really recognizing this door with the Queen. You know, maybe one door is closed and I'm about to open up a new one. And you know, what's behind that door? Well, the Knight of Cups. This is love, but it is unexpected. And that's how love is. You know, I don't know anybody who can plan out love. Yeah, you can plan out a wedding and plan, but the rest of it, I feel like you put your intentions out there, especially in the sun's energy, and your intentions are going to be met. Even more reason to clear the energy of the past. Use your broom, sweep out what doesn't belong, even if it's energetically, out the door. Out the door you go. I have bigger, better plans waiting. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. But I feel like your answer is yes. When? I don't know that I can answer that. But you'll know when you know. I don't feel like it would be that far off. Because, my rule of thumb at my table is I don't want to know about 5 years from now, right? I don't want to know about 3 years. I want to know about current energy and, forward. All right. I hope that helped, Annette. I think it's Sabrina. Sabrina. Yep. Sabrina. Hi, Sandy. Hi, hon. Are there any messages or guidance for you? All right. I'm sure. I feel like your guys will always find a way. I'm going to use the Good Tarot. Dare I say another one of my favorite decks? And the main reason why I haven't used this deck as much, well, since I got the new computer, I can use it more, is because the color of the deck is the same color as my desk. I mean, I painted my desk. It was glass, see-through. All right, Sabrina. Any messages and guidance for Sabrina, please? For my team and her team. We have the King of Swords. Second time he's appeared today. We have, the marriage card. We have the Nine of Pentacles. Wow. Look at that. We have the High Priestess. I just love the way she landed. Like, don't ignore me. This is your intuition. Your higher self, who's always sending you messages. I feel like when I say your higher self, I say it because I get this feeling like that you're an old soul. Like we've been here before. We've done this before. And there's nothing we can't overcome. It's interesting. I keep saying we. We. There's nothing we cannot overcome. Nine of Pentacles is a very independent type energy. It is a card of Virgo also. But it is a very independent type of energy. The meaning of the card is successful self-employment. But I don't feel like it has to be self-employment, but the sole benefactor of your hard work is you. So, I have a feeling it's like covering a little bit of everything for you. All right. Well, there's the Empress again. Beautiful. And then we have the Hangman. Under the Four of Wands is like, like marriage. Well, I call it commitment, really. Um, but maybe that's like, it's not quite on the table yet. And maybe the Nine of Pentacles is the reason why. Like, as I become more independent within myself, as I can take, as I can take care of myself more and more. Again, I am the sole benefactor of my hard work in the Nine of Pentacles. And I also love the High Priestess next to that because, I feel like using your spirituality in whatever it is you do in the world, I feel like will only benefit you. And definitely trusting your intuition as it leads you. There's that Knight of Pentacles again, under the Nine of Pentacles. And then we have the Four of Swords, healing. So let's take one on each end. Look at this, a star. It's about your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. But the thing about the star that I think it's really important that we understand this is we are working hand in hand with divine. Like, I'm not just making a wish, I'm being proactive. And if it's a wish where, like, it could just mean that, like, if let's say I'm wishing for love, then I got to make sure I'm able to love, whatever it may be. It's working hand in hand with divine so that your dreams can come true. It definitely signifies that your dreams can come true. And then we have the Five of Swords on the opposite end. Okay. Let's go ahead right in the middle while we're at it. Look at that, the Emperor. So we have the Empress and the Emperor together. First of all, I love the Emperor and the Empress as partners. I feel like they are my power couple. I feel like if these two collaborate, man, oh man, like, I just feel like what they could bring to the world is tremendous. Now, we also have the mother and father figure. But this is all coming over the Four of Wands. So I feel like there's a commitment, an opportunity, let's just say, for a commitment. It's interesting because the Hangman is like a pause in the action. And then the Knight of Pentacles, which again is your guardian angel bringing in a pentacle into your physical world. It's falling under the Nine of Pentacles. It's almost like, I don't need any more of that. So whatever this may be, interesting, the Five of Swords is over here, though, because that does talk about toxic energy. And it can't be the Empress, so it'd have to be this king. This could talk also about, maybe you've been with this king and maybe it didn't work out for whatever reason. But maybe now you are connecting with this Emperor, which is powerful. Both really love to lead the people, and they lead people through experiences, their own experiences. They've been there, they've done that. They've fallen, they've gotten back up. All right, I want to take one more. Okay, the Sun over that Five of Swords. All right, so maybe what that's saying to you is, if you worry, and listen, a lot of us do, and I feel like it's human nature. If I worry about, anything coming into my world, because the Knight of Pentacles does signify that something is coming into your physical world. And I love that the star is here, because it feels like something of a dream. something of a wish. And if I have any worry about what's coming towards me, the sun would give you comfort, as in, if anything is negative, not good for you, a lower vibration, they can't hide it in the sun's energy. Again, what's ever done in the dark will come to the light. I definitely feel like you had to do some healing. And I feel like your higher self is just saying, my dear, we've been here before. And I also feel like your guides are saying, yes, you can wish for the best. Like, you don't have to limit your wishes. I don't know if you're like, like you're thinking, I don't know, oh, I don't know how to say this. Like, like what's, okay, spirit guides, please help me speak. Okay, don't worry about this ace, especially because it's coming from a guardian angel energy, because I feel like we have your back. And the sun is a signal of illumination for you and comfort. I feel like really what this is saying is just get ready, because I feel like a dream is about to come true. Now, it could certainly be a commitment with someone, especially with the Nine of Pentacles right next to it, because Nine of Pentacles to me is very independent energy. And then you have this ace that the Knight's bringing in. Well, that could turn into the Ten of Pentacles. And you may just find someone where, I don't know what you do for a living, but I feel like this could be great collaboration and more. Look at that, the Ace of Cups. So I was going to pick up the cards, and something said just take one more card over the Star card. And look what I get, the Ace of Cups. I know I put my fingers all over the words. Ace of Waters. Wow. If that's love, and that's what you're wishing for, and now you have the marriage card, the commitment card. And I know the last reading was like, wait a minute, that's what I wanted. But I feel like you also got that. Not in this way. But anyway. Wow. Doesn't have to be romantic love. Kind of feels that way. But I get this feeling also that it's really just about loving your life again. I'm not saying that you're like dissatisfied. I do feel like there's some areas you may be dissatisfied, but I'm not saying your whole life is like, and I'm talking current moment. But if the Ace of Cups is what you've been wishing for, well, here it is. And then the Knight of Pentacles, the promise. And I do believe that with the Knight of Pentacles, because I do feel it's guardian angel energy. The promise that I'm bringing this ace in, and it is going to expand. Listen, your money, but I also feel love. Even if I'm in a current situation and maybe things aren't going right, could be the opportunity of turning it around. Whatever you're wishing for, it's coming true. Now, as I say that, I also want you to understand that sometimes we got to let go of control of exactly like, okay, I'm wishing for this, but if I'm wishing it from a high vibration, then I just want to let go and trust that divine has heard me. My prayers are being heard, and my prayers are being answered. Okay. So much for short readings, huh? But I'm going to give them the time they need. All right, let me grab a drink real quick. I'm drinking a Coke, and I find that I don't know if I can show it. It's funny. I just got I did Libra's Archangel, and I use free music, a free music download, and it literally is free. And YouTube put a strike against me, a copyright strike. And I just fought with them this morning. I'm like, literally, the music's free. It says free. I even put the, underneath it, I put the credit to the person who created the music, though I didn't have to. I just felt like I should. And YouTube's like, well, somebody else may be using. I'm like, it's just ridiculous. Anyways, what I was talking about, how I feel like the aluminum is getting thinner and thinner. All right. D, checking on energy with Brad and I. You're still arguing a lot. Is he still interested in only me? We're both difficult. Do you have any trust issues advice for me? You know, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's, like I'm thinking of like my daughter, who's told me like, I have a hard time trusting in people. But that's one of Scorpio's traits. She's a Scorpio. It's one of their traits. And I'm a Virgo, and man, it takes a lot to make me believe also. So why I'm saying that is I feel like don't beat yourself up about that. You know what I mean? But let's see what we can find out about it. All right, but you and Brad is still arguing a lot. Is he interested in only you? We're both difficult. Do you have any trust issue advice for me? Okay, so D. I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot D. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles though, real quick. So D and Brad arguing a lot. Spirit. About trust issues. What advice do you have for D? And I want to know if Brad only has eyes for D. The Empress. Choose wisely. This is 7 of Cups, and I feel like this is just the energy you're in right now. With all the arguing going on. I feel like the Empress is showing D because, first of all, how can you not respect the Empress? And it doesn't mean the Empress is perfect, because there is no one on this earth who is perfect. It doesn't mean she's perfect. But she definitely has a lot of wisdom. she has the wisdom of her experiences. And I get this feeling that 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, I just want to add, which comes to 1. What was I going to say? Like, I get this feeling, well, I think the 7 of Cups is here because of the trust issues. Like, I don't know if I can trust. I don't know if you're being honest. We have recognition and reward. And then we have temptation. Don't freak out. That's the devil. And the devil can certainly cast illusions. And these illusions can feel very real, but they're not. That's what the devil wants you to believe. I should say Satan. But I also want to say, if you look at this image, this person's got their finger on the light, and that light is connected to a key. And I feel like it's like our key. And I mean you and Brad. You're definitely wondering, well, just what you said. Okay, well, let's keep going. I get a feeling that Brad doesn't give you the attention you deserve. Almost like I'm thinking of like a Virgo, and I am a Virgo. So I'm not putting down Virgo, but or Earth, we can have a harder time expressing our emotions or speaking them, I should say. But we show them. Now, that's until we become very comfortable with someone. And I'm not speaking for all Virgos, but I've done so many personal readings for Virgo that I just know that energy. And I am a Virgo. But anyway. But that's my son. Look at this. The Emperor and the Empress. They're connected, D. Look at the Emperor, though. He's got his arms crossed. It's almost like he's blocking energy. He's like, I'm not going to let you through this door. I don't know if you threatened to leave, but I almost feel like I'm blocking the door. I feel like the two of you have great potential. And then we have memories of love. And I feel like this is saying that how can we come together where we're not fighting all the time? I feel like this is saying we got to remember what it is we love about each other, about the experiences we've had together. Spiritual strength, emotional loss, 5 of Cups, mental conflict. That makes sense right over the two of you. Judgment, truth. Look at that, over the devil. Right in between, obstacles and challenges. It's almost like the two of you are meant to have some of these challenges in front of you. Maybe it's interesting. First of all, I don't feel like Brad has eyes for someone else. At least I'm not feeling that. I know you may have thought that with temptation, but I don't feel like that. I feel like it's more illusionary energy, because judgment coming right over that, and literally the word truth. And I feel like, there's fear. There may be fear that, maybe you're afraid you're going to lose Brad. And there are obstacles and challenges in the way. Here they are. And they're being dealt with through mental conflict. And I feel like what we really need to do is, it's like when we fight, we got to stay on topic. We can't bring in old things that we've already thought about. We got to try to stay on topic. Now, let's say you can't control, like, okay, that's what I want to do, but Brad just keeps going on and on. Then I feel like then you need to just separate yourself. Walk away from each other. And I don't mean like walk away from each other for good. I'm just talking about like going into different rooms, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like putting time, a little bit of time where both can reflect on their own over the argument we just had. So I do feel like someone has to be able to like back down or be like, okay, this isn't getting us fighting right now. It's not getting us anywhere. I'm going to take a pause. And I feel like that's important. I do not feel like Brad is, seeing someone else, if that's what you feel. I don't really feel like, I don't feel like I have eyes for anyone else. I feel like literally it's like the devil's influence. It's like, the energy of, I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm fearing that this could end. And that fear is what's causing some of these arguments. Now, can we turn that around? Well, we have the Empress and the Emperor connected. So that means that you're much more alike than different. However, I do feel like we can fulfill each other. We have that potential. But it feels like there's just like life coming in between. Like there's just, because I feel these obstacles, like they almost don't feel real. But yet, well, I'm saying they don't feel real, but I'm sure they feel very real to you. But I feel like they're more like, it's almost like this like dark energy that is trying to break you up. Why? Why would I just say that? Yet my eyes being pulled right over to judgment. Your spiritual team. They want you to live in the current moment. And I feel like past energy is definitely sneaking in between the cracks. I feel like you're a little afraid you might lose Brad. But listen, if that happens, I feel you'll be fine. But I also feel like that you and Brad, again, these challenges, these obstacles, I do feel like they can be overcome. I feel like the mental conflict it's over both of you. So maybe that's why I'm feeling like, if we're arguing and like there's no solutions coming about, then one of us needs to, take a pause. Remember the good things about each other. And I feel like Brad recognizes the beauty within you. And this could be temporary energy, but listen, here's the thing. If the arguing just doesn't stop, then I feel like then I need to make a decision, right? Because we do have the Seven of Cups, which is about making a decision. Um, but again, it's the energy of knowing, like, are we fighting just because we think, because we, again, because of things that were done in my past, things that were done in his past, that are all coming into this relationship? Because that's kind of what it feels like. Because I feel like the fighting doesn't really need to be, but yet it is, right? And I also want to say I love Judgment coming over the Devil's energy, because this is all about the light. This is about the dark. And the dark brings out that Five of Cups. It says emotional loss, but I don't feel like you're having emotional loss. I do see quite a few fives here, though, so I do feel like there may be a couple changes that need to be made, to give you guys a better chance, let's say. But I also feel your spiritual team is part of it. So, protection. Like, I feel like Archangel Michael. So to answer your question, I don't feel like Brad has eyes for anyone else. And I know that's not your wording, that was mine. But yet I feel like, if we don't figure this out, it could end up where we end up breaking up, but listen, I feel like if you can't work it out, then it might be the best thing for you. I do feel like it has a good chance, though, of developing, deeper and deeper. But I do feel like there are certain issues that just keep getting in the way. And I feel like a rule of thumb is, like, if we're arguing and it's something that we've already argued about, let's be like, hey, let's not do that. We've already been there. We've already argued about this. Why are we feeling this way? Financial and material changes over that Two of Swords. Again, Two of Swords is saying mental conflict. And it makes complete sense with the question that you asked. You have a lot of fives here. And we can look at that as opportunity to change, so that we can grow. But I'm going to, Dee, I just feel like if it just keeps going in this way, then you may want to make a decision. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, yes, it's definitely trust issues. But here's the thing. I feel like if, it's some of that's probably coming from the past, like past energy from past relationships. And, a lot of times, many of us, we don't close the door to that. So it follows us. That's energy. But if we don't understand this and we're not willing to, like, move into the energy of, like, everything I love about you, then I feel like you may want to consider, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling you to break up with Brad. I'm just saying that if it doesn't get better, if we can't find a way to come together instead of fighting each other, then we may need to take a pause in the action. And sometimes taking that pause is the answer. Because when we're in it, right? When we're fighting, we're fighting. All right. Just asking you guys if anything else wants to come out, but I don't think so. I do feel like a lot of these obstacles come from they're emotional. But I also feel, again, some of them are illusionary, but can feel very real at the same time. But like your spiritual team is coming over that energy, help to give you mental understanding instead of conflict. But our human selves need to understand that. If we could just remember what it is that maybe what made me fall for you in the beginning, if we can remember those, like those are the memories we want to keep first and foremost in our mind, then I feel like there's a very good chance here. But, I'm just going to say it the way I feel. Like, if this argument just continues and continues and continues, I don't feel like that's the way you want to live your life, even if you're in love. Because at this table, I know that not all love works out, but that doesn't mean that the next love won't. And I feel like that's part of the problem is maybe energy from the past didn't work out and it has traveled forward, and maybe for both of you. So, okay, I'm going to let that be. I kind of love the Empress and the Emperor, though. I mean, they are connected. And that is you and Brad. So the potential. And I feel like, as spiritual souls, we can get through anything. It's our human mind. All right. And I do hope it gets better, Dee. I really do. All right, Melissa. Oh, Rachel, I just saw your comment above Melissa. I haven't received any phone calls or texts yet. Well, hang in there, my dear. Rachel, I felt like your reading was very clear. So I would say, like, just keep your intentions. Like, if that's what you want, like your reading that I did, if, the energy in that reading is like, oh, that's what I want, then keep your intentions there. And then you may just get that phone call or that text. And yes, I do feel like it's from a soulmate. All right. Melissa, I don't think I just did your reading, did I? No. Okay. Info from your guides about a job and or relationship. Okay. So your guides about a job and or relationship. I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. I want to remind people too, like you can donate through PayPal also. It gives me an instant notification, usually. I don't know why I just brought that up. All right, Melissa. So, messages from you guides about job and why not add them both? And relationship. We have the Five of Pentacles. We have the Knight of Swords. It makes me feel like, You must have lost something within this Five of Pentacles, whether it be a job. Five of Pentacles is that energy of feeling thrown into the cold. It's like the Tower happens. We didn't expect it, but yet it still happens. Temporarily, it is difficult energy, but it is temporary. And then I love how the Knight of Swords is coming in right towards that, looking right at that Five of Pentacles. So I feel like this Knight, whatever it may be, is to help you overcome. But let's keep moving. And what I mean by that, it could be like a job offer. And I feel like something may come to you on a day when you feel like, man, I'm just having the worst day. And then something happens out of the blue that turns everything around. And I feel like that day is not far off. All right. 10 of Wands. You're like, when? Want it now. Look at that. The Star. 2 of Swords. The World, the next chapter, under this Knight of Swords. So whatever this Knight is, usually it's communication. But let's just say whatever this Knight is bringing in, it opens up a new chapter. And I kind of love that the Star is here. Again, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, but being proactive in that. You know what I mean? Like if I'm looking for a job, I'm making sure that I'm putting resumes out, that type of thing. And don't limit, because I feel like you may find yourself in something like really unexpected, but really good at the same time. This 2 of Swords does mean there's a little bit of a block here, but let's keep going. And that block would have to do with the past. We have the Hierophant. We have the 8 of Cups. Oh, siren just went off. The Tower. Well, I already knew that because the Tower is now mirroring the 5 of Pentacles. Look at this, 7 of Pentacles. Dare I say that sometimes things happen in life that at the time make no sense. Like, why the hell would this happen? But yet it happens. I'll tell you why it happens. Because many times there's something already written. Like your soul already knows it wanted to have a certain experience in this lifetime. And maybe I was being resistant to it. Interesting, the siren keeps going off. So I feel like the least resistance you can put on how you want your life to look, the more surprised you're gonna feel at how the universe answers you. Definitely representing, again, that Tower energy, but it's also representing how you can overcome that. And I have to be honest with you. I keep saying that. I'm always honest. But I'm seeing the 10 of Pentacles. And the 10 of Wands. And in the 10 of Wands, I often feel like this person is really secretly or subconsciously wishing for a tower. Why? Maybe I just feel, maybe my soul knows there's something else waiting, right? There's something else. I want to say the word predestined, but when I say predestined, it doesn't mean it has to be. It doesn't even guarantee us that it will be, because we may not recognize the signs. We may not follow the guidance. Why wouldn't we follow the guidance? Because we're still wrapped up in what was, what happened, right? And I feel like when we turn that around and start thinking about, okay, well, that sucked, but maybe this has given me an opportunity to really live a life that feels better suited to me. I also feel with the Seven of Pentacles right under the world, it just signifies what I was saying about predestined, because I feel like in the Seven of Pentacles, often compared to like an apple tree, you know, these are your soul seeds of intention. Some of them are planted during this lifetime, but I feel like some of them were planted before you even came into this life. And it, to me, it means one is getting ready, is ready to be harvested. And the reason why I compare it to an apple tree is because I don't want to pick that apple until that apple is ripe. But I feel like spiritually, you'll know when that apple is ripe. So even though there is a tower right before it, in a way, I feel like this tower is serving you. But let's keep going. Let's finish this block out. Three of Wands. That's the perfect energy to take on, especially when you have the star, right? Because the star does represent manifesting. And this would be the perfect energy. This is saying to the universe, I trust that the perfect situation or the perfect person will enter my life in divine timing. In the meantime, I'm going to start enjoying my present moment. Right? This is saying, I know that my ships will come in. I trust you, divine. And I feel like you're trusting your higher self at the same time. But it's also coming under the Hierophant. To me, that's the light. That's your belief. That's, in my eyes, God. You know what I mean? Prayers being answered. But then also this is energetic, right? Looking at the potential of all that can be. So the things that were taken away doesn't mean, you know, and even though it was probably difficult, it's still landing you in a place I feel like is probably better than you expect. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles mirroring this tower every year. Though I have to say, this queen's looking out towards the future. She's got this big old pentacle in her hand. You know, she's abundant. This is someone whose specialty is really reading between the lines. And that may be a clue for you. You know, you may have that ability. You know, I often think of like an attorney and a contract. Like, I want my attorney to read the contract because there may be things that I'm missing. Well, that's who I'd give it to, is the Queen of Pentacles. All right. Look at this, the Ace of Wands. And I'm going to go on the other side, and we have the Five of Swords. But I want to say, first of all, the Ace of Wands, inspired action. Action, but inspired. It feels like a wish coming true. And it is starting a new chapter. It is a new chapter in your life. But I feel like it's more aligned with your own beliefs, your own morals, all that. I just feel like you're more aligned with what's coming in. And then I'm looking at the Eight of Cups, which is about, you know, clarity over my emotional house. And the Five of Swords comes out. So the toxicity of the past, I don't want to allow that to affect my present and what can be. Again, the Ten of Wands, I feel like secretly, I don't know why I keep saying secretly, subconsciously, It's like, I kind of want this tower. Though our human mind might be like, what are you talking about? I don't want this tower. But this tower represents change. And this change represents the world. And the world, to me, is a beautiful energy to be in. And I often feel the energy in the world is usually, because there is free will, but usually for the rest of your life. So if it's like a new job, it may be something you do until you retire. If it's talking about love, and it may be talking about both, then this would be someone that I settle with for the rest of my life. Now, again, free will, free will, free will. But let's go right in the middle, the Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles. First of all, I feel like don't be resistant to change, because if there's change happening or change coming, it is for your benefit. Even if at the moment I don't feel that. Again, I'm going to keep my eye to the sky. I'm going to keep my belief system completely open. I'm going to trust that miracles can find me just like they can find anyone else. I'm going to allow this next chapter to open, and I'm going to clear and let go of the things that didn't work, even the things that felt like they were against me. I feel like the day will come, you'll look back and you'll be like, oh my God, thank you, Tower. But I feel like the Four of Pentacles is saying, just don't, Four of Pentacles really talks about being grounded, right? Four to me is a very grounded number. But I also feel like it can talk about like resistance, right? Like it's my way or the highway sometimes. And I may be over exaggerating that, but I do feel like, don't try not to resist what wants to find you. And again, the Three of Wands would be like, maybe I don't know what it is yet. But if I stay optimistic, if I believe in miracles, if I believe that my ships will come in, I'm telling you, your ships will come in. And it's like love. If we think about love, like we want love, right? But then I'm not willing, or I'm not, or I didn't clear like past relationships. Let's say they went really bad. Then I'm doomed to bring that energy forward. That's why I feel like we need to learn how to close doors. We need to know that even past pains, sometimes, even though they were hurtful, they really were there to serve us. And then I feel like, sometimes we do resist a change, but the change happens anyway. So it's going with that flow instead of blocking it. I'm going to take one more. Ten of Swords. Okay. So it makes me feel like those 10 swords still have an effect. Because there's the Five of Swords right there. Well, then again, the Eight of Cups is coming right in between the Ten of Swords and the Five of Swords. So to me, it does mean that you have left whatever that Ten of Swords was, whether I chose to. In the Eight of Cups, it really is your choice. I feel like you really did choose that. And I feel like you may even be thinking about another change. Should I or shouldn't I? I feel like the answer is yes. I don't even know to what question, but I feel like the answer is yes. And I also love the Ace of Wands over here because, again, this means that you're going to be inspired. This means that your guides are going to make you feel, a certain way, but it will take your action. That Ace of Wands, beautiful, it's desirable, but we have to reach out and grab it and say yes to it. So it feels like your life is night and day, but I feel like it was night and now it's more day, if that makes sense. Okay. Gonna let that be. Yeah, I'm gonna let that be. Oh, okay. All right, Sophia. Oh, hi Sandy. Hi Sophia. Would like a reading on my love life. Any movement coming? All right. Let's use the crystal vision. All right. So Sophia's love life. 5 of Wands. Ace of Wands. A lot of fire right there. The Hierophant. Hello, Ace of Cups. King of Swords. Interesting, the King of Swords is attached to the 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands, again, is a lot of drama. Can be a lot of fighting. You know, again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but, you know, it is the energy of really nobody wanting to back down. But I feel like in the Ace of Wands, you know, I kind of feel like that's what was. Because I don't feel like this. By the way, I just realized you got 2 aces here. Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups with the Hierophant in between. Wow. Hierophant is definitely of the light. You know, I get this feeling like there was a period in your life where you weren't feeling you were living up to your standard, your morals, your beliefs. And, you know, maybe I tried to get someone to see it my way, but I have a feeling they didn't. And I do feel like that is your past. So let's see what comes under these aces. Seven of Cups. You know, it's interesting because I feel like something could be coming in so quickly. But again, it's of the light. But it could still be coming in so quickly that it could feel chaotic. And it could like throw me, like it could, what's the word I want to use? It could cause a little uncertainty within me because it's so quick. And listen, passion is attached to it. Inspiration is attached to that. The High Priestess under the Hierophant. Like you're channeling. Or you have the ability, let's say, to channel. Now, that doesn't mean like, you know, that's what I do for a living, but I feel like you had the ability to channel energy. 2 of Pentacles. All right, under that Ace of Cups. Interesting because both aces have you ultimately making the decision, which I guess is a good thing. Two of Pentacles, I feel good about that because I feel like this is you just making a logical decision as it relates to love. Now, that Ace of Cups does represent, to me, the highest form of love, like really unconditional love. I'm not going to say guarantees like love for a lifetime because, again, free will. It's funny because someone left comments that I don't believe in free will. Well, I believe that God gave us free will. That's my belief. But just because that's my belief, it doesn't have to be someone else's. Because to me, this is about your free will. All right, I'm going to take one on one end. We have the moon. On the other end, 7 of Wands. Interesting. I'm going to go right in the middle. 3 of Swords. Okay. These two aces are coming in. And yes, one of them is love. And one of them is some type of inspired action. So again, I don't want to repeat. I hate to keep repeating myself, but in this Ace of Wands, like this is the energy we need to reach out for. So like the Ace of Wands to me, it's almost like I can feel this energy before it arrives, but I still have to say yay or nay to it. Under that Ace of Wands, because there's the 7 of Cups, I feel like it arrives so quickly and probably so unexpectedly that it throws you in a little bit of a tizzy, but not for long. Not for long. And then I also feel like this Ace of Cups, it just feels like it's meant to be, especially sitting next to the Hierophant. And, I know I haven't been getting any signs. The moon, ruler Pisces, Cancer, card of Pisces, ruler of Cancer. King of Swords can be Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. The Hierophant, Taurus. Anybody else I'm missing? But beside that, that's why I don't like to give signs, because let's say none of these signs make any sense. Don't worry about that. 3 Swords right in the middle. Now, 3 Swords has already happened. And that may be what throws you into a little bit of a tizzy. Because even if I want love, doesn't mean I won't be a little afraid of it. I want to look right at that 3. Look at that, the 10 of Pentacles. House of Abundance. I even forget what your question was. But that's okay because, when I forget a question, I feel like I'm just meant to read what's in front of me anyway. I love that the Hierophant's coming, or the 10 of Pentacles is going over the Hierophant and your intuition. I feel like this is simply saying, so that you can have, let's say, this love and this desire, whatever the Ace of Pentacles or the Ace of Wands is bringing in. 3 Swords would make me a little fearful of it. But I feel like you still need to trust your intuition, because I feel like this is an opportunity that I feel like abundance. 10 of Pentacles to me is true abundance. And I often don't feel like I'm alone in that energy. When I think of the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Pentacles, I feel like it's together. We're creating the house of abundance. I do feel like it's loyalty also. And I'm bringing that up because of the 3 of Swords. I just want to look over at the 7 of Wands. Okay, 8 of Swords. So this may be just a little bit of a clue. All of a sudden, I'm like sweating. It's funny how, a lot of times people say when their spirit guides are near, like they get chills and they're cold. I'm the opposite. I mean, sometimes I get that, but a lot of times I start sweating. So I definitely feel like this is your spiritual team. And I feel like this is saying, well, you really want to look at this because it's connected to love. And the Eight of Swords is self-created prison. So that Three of Swords still has a little bit of effect in your life. And it can cause you to become defensive, protective, but protective of yourself, which you have every right to be. But I feel like this Ace of Cups is ultimate love, especially with the Ten of Pentacles so close to it. But I do have to look at this because if I don't uncreate this prison, then I could be a little bit defensive as it relates to how I deal with this love. Oh my God. Hang on, guys. Oh my God. Where'd it go? There was just this bug. That was weird. Ugh. I don't normally kill bugs, to be honest with you. I usually set them free, but that freaked me out. What the hell? Where'd that come from? Anyway, that was strange. Okay. Anyways, I feel like don't be afraid of the things that, like a lot of us want to know what's going to happen next. And sometimes some things aren't meant to be known. Sometimes they're meant to excite you. You know what I mean? Like that Ace of Wands, that Ace of Cups, they're both unexpected, but they're both showing, right? And I feel like we just like the more that we can just be open and say, I know that you'll take care of me. I know that, if my vibrations is at a certain place, then I know that that vibration is going to be met. It's when my vibration is, if I'm still in the fear factor type of energy, or another way of looking at it is like the law of attraction. I've got to be what it is that I want. Mainly love. Like, I want love, but I've got to be able to give love at the same time. Now, I'm not saying, again, you don't have to be perfect because no one's going to be perfect. But I definitely feel like this is saying there are great things coming your way. And this is really, really the only energy that I would say you want to look at. Because again, self-created prison. So it can, can it block my opportunities? Well, I may not recognize them for what they are. Let's just put it that way. I feel like what's meant to find you will still find you. It's what's my energy going to be like when it does find me. So it's almost like this is giving you advice before the fact so that when it comes in, you can just be in it. You can just be in it. Okay. I mean, where did that bug, just literally come from? Right in the middle of the table. That was weird. Excuse me. Fluffies. Your question is in chat. Okay, I see it. You met this guy Chandler. Wow, Chandler. I haven't heard that name since the Friends. I met this guy Chandler, and I want to know about him and if we'll end up having a relationship or a friendship. Okay. Chandler and Fluffies. Is this going to be a relationship? Or is it just meant to be a friendship? Tell us more. Tell us more, please. The Fluffies and Chandler. I don't know why I'm cutting the deck. I already used them, but I'm like looking all around, just looking for bugs. It's weird. We have Justice. We have the Six of Wands. Justice is a card of Libra. Libra. We have the Ten of Swords. Remember, the Ten of Swords has already happened. We have the King of Wands. I love this image. It's like you and Chandler talking on the phone. Queen of Swords. Under Justice. I don't think you're a Libra, but I could be wrong. We have the Three of Cups. Beautiful. We have the World. And then look at this. We have the Ten of Cups, Fluffies. Under the King. Let's just assume the King is Chandler. Now, we can't ignore that the Ten of Swords is here, right? But I think that would just signify to you, and I think you already know this, like, okay, I'm getting this message also, like, where there may be a question you asked yourself, like, am I just repeating a pattern? I don't think that you are. I don't think that you are. I do feel like this has great potential. I mean, we literally, normally you guys hear me say, like, don't set your sights like on, like, it has to be like the ultimate commitment. Instead, enjoy it, and chances are it will go into that anyway. But I love the World right next to the Ten of Cups, the next chapter, and then the Three Cups before that, a reason to celebrate. Allow yourself just to enjoy what you're experiencing right now. You're kind of a big deal, so start acting like it. But I don't mean that in an egotistical way. We're not even my words. It's the card's words. Justice. Stick to the truth and everything will work out just fine. Justice is really about making you whole again. And it is marrying this king. And the queen right below that, it's you. And it's mirroring the Ten of Cups. So I feel like you and Chandler, I feel like I don't want to give you false hope, but I feel like the energy feels very good between the two of you. I would say there is no need to bring your past into this present day energy. No need. Because this is about what's next, what's new. And you hear me say it often, in the world's energy, I do feel like it's usually for the rest of my life. Because if the world is the last card of the tarot. And to me, that means it's the closest energy to God. And to me, that means that my spirituality is alive, right? I'm living life according to my morals, my beliefs, my standards. Well, I feel like, a question you could ask is Chandler's morals close to yours? They don't have to be the same, right? We don't have to look for someone who's exactly the same. That would be boring. But our morals, our belief system, and I'm not even talking about religion, how we see the world. And, I feel like very quickly, Fluffies, let that car go by. I feel like very quickly, if you allow yourself just to like live in the present moment within this newness, I feel like you have nothing to worry about. Again, it's like when we live in the present moment, our guides are going to make sure to guide us. They're always guiding us, whether we receive that message or not. I mean, if we don't receive it, then we have a blindfold on. Or maybe we just don't trust, but we can certainly ask for signs to be resent. But everything here looks very, very good. And then it's interesting because I'm looking at this Ten of Swords and look how it looks like they're all pinned to the back of her coat, right? Just take that coat off. Get rid of it. Throw it out the window. Throw it down the fire escape. And enjoy what's in front of you. I feel like the two of you can, I feel like there can be a lot of laughter, a lot of joy. Even if this isn't something that's going to last a lifetime, though, the Ten of Cups signifies that there is that potential. I feel like it brings me joy. And if I can allow myself to experience that, then I feel like I don't have to worry about whether we go to the Ten of Cups or not. It's just naturally gonna follow. Now, if I don't take that jacket off and throw it out the window, then it becomes part of this. And it's the only thing that really doesn't fit. I have a feeling Chandler is a little different from who you normally choose, but I feel like that's on purpose. Now, I don't know if it's because you chose that. I don't feel that. I feel more like it's almost like there's something different. There's something different. But I feel like that difference is like it's a sign. So I would say enjoy each and every moment because it does feel like there is great potential here. And just take off that jacket of those 10 swords. Maybe you're worried that you're repeating a pattern. I don't feel you are. I don't know. It just looks good, Fluffies. Okay, gonna pick that up. All right. Wow. A lot of people. I'm not ignoring the people in between the donations, but I do want to do the donations first and then go back. Just so you know that. All right, Monica. Hi, Monica. Why and what is, wait a minute. Why and what is it feeling so heavy to be released on both sides about my ex-love? What do I need to do to let it go? I feel it's not the end in general. Well, there's part of it. What is coming? It was really painful and no communication now. All right, so now I want to reread that. Why and what? What and why is it feeling so heavy to be released on both sides about my ex-love? What can I do to let it go? I feel it's not the end in general. What is coming? It was a really painful and no communication now. Okay, Monica. First of all, I'm sorry for your pain. But if I do feel like if you truly, well, I feel like you're torn. You're torn. Monica, all of a sudden I'm also getting this image of if there's no communication, I feel like you've got to accept that. Now, you don't have to. This is just advice. But I feel like okay, I feel like and I feel like I'm just channeling this because I feel if I keep that spark, let's say, but nothing comes of it. And I also want to say sometimes the best healer is time. And I feel like you want me to say that you and your ex are going to get back together. Now, I don't know. But in my soul, in my heart, I feel like, is this the best thing for you? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to the cards now. I'm going to use the Luminous Tarot, Monica. I want you to look back at your life. And I want you to think about other relationships that you've been in where you were in love and it didn't work out. And then think about that pain. But then think about when the next person came along and then you fell in love. And all of a sudden, that one that I thought was everything, I find, okay, really wasn't. And I think I'm saying this because I feel like we tell ourselves, like, this is it. But it's not it. All right, let's keep going. Keep going. I haven't even started yet. All right. We have the Page of Wands. We have the Three of Wands. We have the Five of Pentacles. We have the Two of Swords. Monica, it feels like I'm looking at two sides of yourself. I feel like I need to split these up. So here's the Five of Pentacles and the Two of Swords. That would make total sense. The relationship coming to an end, yet you're still kind of tied up in knots over it. In the Two Swords, this person is wearing a blindfold, and she needs to take that blindfold off. And maybe it simply means that even though in your heart of hearts you feel like this is, like you would want communication back again, honestly, I feel like now I need to go over here where I have the Page of Wands, who is my risk taker, who is looking right at the Three of Wands. This is me looking out at my future without putting expectations, like heavy expectations upon it. This is more where I'm trusting in divine energy. Again, it's that energy of, I know my ships will come in their due time. There's new growth all over the wands. We have the Two of Pentacles under the Page. We have the King of Cups under the Three of Wands. And I already know what that King's is there for, but we'll go back. I want to get your cards out first. We have, look at this, Six of Swords under the Five of Pentacles. Well, we have the Four of Pentacles. I think I'm going to take these right in between because I find it interesting how I split them apart. All right, we have the Ace of Swords. We have the World. We have the Three Cups. The Eight of Wands. And the Five of Cups. Okay. Now, I could read that. If I was reading it on a surface level, I could read that as like communication coming back in the door. And I'm not going to leave that off the table because that would be stupid of me. But I feel like because the Six of Swords is here, it is telling me that there must have been some type of toxic energy between the two of you. And when I say toxic energy, it just means that we weren't on the same page. You know what I mean? Like our energy wasn't meshing type of thing. But this is you moving away from that. And it takes time. In the Six of Swords, I often describe it as like, you're in your boat, you're traveling to new lands, but the water is choppy in the beginning, but it is the promise of calmer waters in time, right? You're going to reach what's meant for you to find. You're going to reach that new homeland, so to speak. Now, I also feel like if we go on this side, we have this King of Cups. Okay, so I'm feeling two different things. So I feel like there may be, how do I say this? There may be a chance that your person reaches back out. But here's really what I'm feeling like. Okay, so they do reach back out. Is it like, if I'm really being honest with myself, do I feel like we could reach the finish line together? Because I don't know. I feel like the answer is no. But it doesn't mean that's absolutely the way it's got, I'm saying no. And I'm saying no because I feel like this is about new energy over here. And over here, the King of Cups to me is representing love. So this is how I'm going to put it. I feel like if your person, I keep saying your person, but I kind of want to separate that. But let's just say they do reach out. Then I would definitely ask yourself the question, is this really, truly what I want? Because I feel like there has definitely been some toxicity. Now, will it be cleared? That's why you want to make sure there is no blindfolds. Because you don't want to repeat this again. And that's why I feel like we have two different readings here. Because I feel over here, because here I feel a lot of restriction. Over here, I feel a lot of free-flowing type energy. And I do kind of feel like your intentions right now are, and this might be why you're feeling this heavy energy, because I feel like your intentions are for them to reach back out. And because they're not, it just prolongs the pain. So I feel like that's why I need to flip the script. Because I feel like, first of all, with the Three of Wands, optimistic view, optimistic energy. It's the energy Mother Mary tells us to live in, to really receive abundance. Trust that it be so, but also know the truth and know what I really want. Because I feel like this king doesn't have restrictions. And I feel like over here, there is a chance that if they reach out, that you may just end up right back where you are right now. Nobody can make that decision for you, whether you're going to, because ties have been cut, yes, but not energetically. So this is what I would say. If they reach out, no blindfolds. Be within yourself so that you know what is truth and what is not. Because I just don't want to see you repeat something that'll bring you right back to where you were. Now, it doesn't have to be that way, but I do feel like there's something within their energy that doesn't seem to mesh with yours. Over here, it's like night and day. And I also feel that as long as I keep this person over here, I know I'm going back and forth, but let's just say your ex over here, I'm kind of blocking the potential of what wants to come in over here. And the world is looking on this side, looking right over in what wants to be new, not in what was. So I feel like, yes, you're going through this heaviness right now, this heartache. I know it. I feel it. But I also feel the potential of what's going to be. And I feel like there is new love. And I do feel like, in a way, I've got to just tell the universe, I trust in you. I trust that you will bring me a high vibrational love. And I feel like that's exactly what happens. And then I see the page here and I feel like, but you also need to be willing to take a chance, take a risk. But as long as my energy is still focused back here, how am I going to be able to take this chance freely? Because the page of wands me is like the Fool. That means the past is the past, and that's where I'm going to keep it. And that way, what wants to find me, what's next in my life, I'm going to have an optimistic view upon it. And, does that end the heaviness? Oh, yeah. But I feel like you can end that before that even happens. Long story short, your love life is not over. And I do see you loving another. And I do see the potential of this person maybe reaching back out. But I feel like in your heart of hearts, I kind of feel like you already know that the chances, let's just say the percentage is high of it turning into a repeat, pain. Over here, this is joy. Over here, the opposite. All right. The Empress and the Two of Cups. First of all, the Empress, she lives in the current moment. She receives many epiphanies, a lot of guidance. She trusts that guidance and she puts it to use. The Empress says, look back at your past experiences and see how you have grown from them. The Empress is a very high vibrational energy, and she so happens to be mirroring the Two of Cups. Now, I know the Two Cups is coming on this side also. So this couldn't talk about, here's the thing. We meet many soulmates in our life, but not all soulmates are meant to be in our life forever. Sometimes soulmates come in just to activate our heart chakra. Sometimes soulmates come in to show us exactly what it is we don't want. And maybe I didn't know what I don't want until I've experienced that. But I also feel like because it's mirroring the Empress is on this side, it's talking about a soulmate that, who knows? I don't want to say it could go the whole way. I want to say just to enjoy, just to have fun, to laugh. And honestly, though, I feel like a big part of you would want this communication from your ex. I don't feel like it serves you. I just don't. I feel like if anything, it holds you back. But that's your decision. That's free will. You know what I mean? Even if your guides are like, no, 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 you still have free will. And I feel like this is also a good lesson about soulmates because sometimes people see soulmates in a tarot reading and they think, oh, there's the love of my life. But we got to remember why we have soulmates. They're not all soulmates, again, are meant to be in our life forever. They're there to help teach us and us them. And sometimes very difficult lessons. But in the same breath, I feel like this person did activate your heart chakra. And now if I can just be in the Empress's energy, whatever may happen. Because if you think about the Empress, she is nobody's fool. She's loving. But she's nobody's fool at the same time. And why? I've been there. I've done that. I have no blindfolds on. You have got to get through my energetic field if you want to be with me. And I am not going to lower my vibration to be with you. And I don't feel like over here in any way are you having to lower your vibration. I kind of feel that over here. Okay, I'm going to let that be. It's interesting. Some readings, I could just go on and on and on, but I know that we have limited time. You know, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, right? But in a way, it's really showing you the potential of like what your life can look like and potentially will look like. But I'm sorry for what you're going through. T. Williams. Hi, my birthday is 6/22, day before my oh no, he's 7/23. My birthday is 6/22. Please give me a reading regarding career, money, and relationships. Okay, T. Williams. I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. T. All right. Page of Cups. The Emperor, the boss, the leader, the King of Wands, Strength card. Interesting how we have a lot of fire right here, met by the Page of Cups. It almost feels like the Page of Cups is being overtaken by this fiery energy. But let's look at it, because we have the Strength card mirroring the Page of Cups. Page of Cups to me is your inner child. And it's really about, living through the inner child. Like, it's an option we have. Let's just put it that way. And I feel like in the Page of Cups, it's where I'm really allowing myself to experience new. I also feel like, you've overcome some things within yourself. And I feel like that's a very good thing. It's funny, all of a sudden I'm looking for your birthday. I don't know why. Now, as people go, I may also tell you, the Emperor is Aries. King of Wands can be Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Well, and then the Strength card is Leo. So pretty much covered except for Sagittarius. But let's move on from that. I feel like you should definitely take some chances within your career. We have the Devil, card of Capricorn. Can talk about temptations. But I do get this feeling that, like, as it relates to your career, your money sector, to take some chances. Interesting, because there may be a promotion coming to you. There may be, well, this is a reason to celebrate. It's coming under the Emperor. If you own your own business, even better. I mean, either way, it's good. And I say own your business because the Emperor is, a lot of times I feel like the Emperor does own their own business, but, it's the boss. It's the leader of the people, but I feel like that's you. So I feel like your money sector, your career, as long as you're willing to, like, and when I say take chances, I don't mean like these are big I mean just, if, like, as I don't know, I feel like your money sector is being lifted higher and higher, and allow it, allowing it. We have the 10 of Wands, and then we have the 7 of Swords. Interesting. 7 of Swords is mirroring the devil. Untrustworthy energy. Temptations. It almost makes me feel like this is your past. Not almost. It does make me feel like it's your past. You could have dealt with someone who lied a lot, was tempted to others. Where you put the brunt of the responsibility for the relationship on your shoulders. But listen, I don't feel like that's you anymore. Let's go on both sides. We have the 3 of Pentacles, another great energy relating to your money. And on the other side, we have the Page of Pentacles. Okay. I feel like as it relates to your career, really trust within yourself, trust in your own abilities. I feel like others are, they are seeing your potential. And that's why I feel like there could be some type of promotion or an increase in your money because other people are noticing what you do. It's almost like I work on commission or something, and other people love my work, and I make more commission than anyone because of that. I don't know why I'm saying all that. But I do feel like there is something coming your way where you are being offered an increase. And I feel like, you need to make that decision. Now, let's say you do your own thing, then it would mean some type of inspired action. Let's actually go right between that. The Death card, closing of a door, new door opening. Well, I have to say with the 10 of Wands and the 7 of Swords, that door I think I would want to close. The Death card talks about transformation. And, I feel like you are also an old soul. And why do I bring that up? I bring that up because if you think about like a life path number, let's say, like I'm a master number 11, which means I have lived the 1, the 2, the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? I've lived that. My soul has lived that. And it's really pulling on that wisdom. I feel like that's exactly why I do what I do. But I want to come over here. I feel like this is talking about your career. I want to look a little deeper over here for love. I don't feel like the Emperor and the King of Wands are the same person. Just so you know. We have the Page of Swords. Let's put them right here. Look at this. The marriage card. The Queen of Cups. Doesn't matter what your sign is. What this means is that you're open to love. That you want to give your cup to someone. And I love that it's following the marriage card or the commitment card. 5 of Wands. Interesting. Well, we go from the 10 of Wands down to the 5 of Wands. So that's good. But I do feel like, dare I say, I feel like there's still a little work to be done as it relates to love, as it relates to yourself, your vibration. Um, and again, it could just simply mean, I have a feeling that, let's just say in a relationship, you may have a tendency to put the brunt of the relationship on your shoulders. And, I don't know if you're someone who, like, it's like, I want control, and not having control drives me a little crazy. But sometimes you got to let go of control and go with the flow. Six of Pentacles. Well, there you go. Even, give and take. And I kind of love that it's now over the Four of Wands. So I feel like one of the lessons you've learned or you're learning through your life as it relates to love is that it has to be a two-way street. You know what I mean? Like if, again, I think of like the Empress. If somebody wants to be with me, then, I'm not going to lower my vibration to be with anyone. I worked hard to be who I am. I'm proud of the person that I am today. And I feel like this is saying that, there's a great potential of finding that partner where they give, and you have to really learn how to receive. Maybe you're not used to receiving, like in this loving of a way. So that may be a lesson that you're learning, but that's a good lesson. Like, what do you mean you're pouring all your love on me? I'm not used to that. I'm not used to that. I feel like the things that you've been through really have been a learning lesson for you. And I do feel like you have learned the majority of, not that there won't be new lessons. I mean, life is a classroom after all. Um, but as we learn these lessons, it's like going from the student to the teacher. I want to come right back over here. Queen of Wands. Okay. So as it relates to your money, I feel like there seems to be some type of promotion, and I'm just going to use that word. Something that's giving an increase. Now, it could be with your own thoughts, your own epiphanies, and then you're putting them to use. Or it could literally be a boss recognizing what it is you do and then lifting your career, um, to the next level, so to speak. I do feel like this is something you're going to celebrate. So to me, it's really good news. Um, and then again, if you have your own business, I feel like epiphanies, you may be opening up like new avenues. Just be open to all that. I feel like really that's the thing. Like, don't put restrictions upon all that can be. Because sometimes if we haven't had things, we don't think they can be. And then lo and behold, they show. And it's like, oh. Okay. All right. I'm going to let that be. Well, I feel like this is just saying keep your heart open and just expect love in the highest, right? But also know that you're able to give that love. I already think that you can. But, loving without restrictions is very hard. But love is meant to be unconditional. Now, that doesn't mean I take people's bullshit. That doesn't mean if somebody cheats on me, I stay with them. I mean, that's up to each individual. But that's not what Spirit would say to you. You follow your heart's desire. But I feel like they're giving you a reason to follow your heart's desire at the same time. Okay. Love, love, love. Oh, thank you, Monica. Lots of people, but this is what happens. It's been almost, I feel like 2 weeks since I've done lives. All right, I don't know why I didn't click yours. I just want to read a couple of your comments from your readings. Annette, talk about divine timing. My groceries just came and I put them away. Now I can relax. Alyssa, wow, I love it. Thank you so much, Sandy. You're very welcome. I'm very grateful for this. I think I worry about this relationship because he takes me out of my comfort zone. Being in the present moment. I get it. Hi, Kimberly. Um, oh, why does it do that? Dulcie? Dulcie D? Diana. I could have just read that first. All right, so Diana, you're in separation. Is your marriage over? Will he reach out? If yes, when? Okay. So, you're in separation. Is my marriage over? Will you reach out? If yes, when? I'm going to bring in the Psychic Tarot again. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles. The reason why I haven't been live is because I'm doing that personal reading special, and that's kept me busy. And then I wanted to get all your signs done for May, and I was behind the 8 ball. So I don't know if any of you checked out that soulmate reading I did when I do that not too long ago. Oh my God, it was so beautiful. It was divine. At least I felt it was. All right. All right, Diana. So is this marriage over? Or will they reach out? Positive movement forward. Movement, choices, and decisions. The sun, called light in this deck. Wisdom, which is a Hierophant. Intuition. You know, everything is looking really good right now, even though I know you're in separation. And I'm not even saying it's about at this moment. I'm not even going to say it's about the marriage, though. In a way, it feels like it. So let's get the rest of the cards out. It's funny because I see this person looking over at this house. And I almost get this feeling like, Dawn, I know you're here. You would know this energy. I get this feeling of like, do I drive by your house? Do I? And without you knowing. The Chariot. Material and spiritual prosperity. Look at that. Love begins. Now, this is the Ace of Cups. Love has already begun. We know that. It's coming under the Hierophant. It's interesting because I feel like there's true love here. I do feel like there's true love here. I don't want you hanging on, waiting, that type of energy. That's why I'm always very careful how I try to word things, because I don't want to give anyone false hope. Because I never feel like we should wait. You know what I mean? Like we need to just keep on living our life, just raising our vibration, right? Sticking with our morals, that type of thing. And then what's meant to find us will find us. But I kind of love that you have the light, and we do have the Ace of Cups. And I feel like wisdom, the Hierophant. It almost feels like somebody's vibration was lowered. Though I feel like you're very much, like I feel you're in sync, or you were in sync. And I do feel like you can be in sync again. Because I feel like just because you broke up, it doesn't mean, well, you're in separation. It doesn't mean that the love is still there. And I feel like you feel that. Let's go on both ends. Spiritual strength. And look at this. Rejoice in celebration. Okay. All right. I'm not going to say 100% you'll get back together. But this is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling this separation. If, how do I say this? Like if we're using it in the right way, though that sounds silly. But what I mean is I feel like the separation can teach us a lot. You know what I mean? It's almost like, because I know the love is still there. And it maybe it does take like the missing of you, though, well, this is life. This is life. But I feel like, how do I say this? I don't feel like your marriage is over. Now, I can't promise you, because I can't control your person's free will. But it definitely is saying the love has not died. It definitely, the sun being out here, it's like a brand new day. And then spiritual prosperity on top of all that. I do feel like sometimes breakups serve us. They teach us. And sometimes it's just the realization of, I didn't know what I had. Let's go right in the middle. Look at that. New beginning. So this is what I feel. I feel like there's a very good opportunity that this can come back together. But I feel like whatever has caused the separation doesn't need to be dealt with. Of course, it needs to be dealt with, but it needs to be dealt with through the light's energy. That means truth. Everything is laid on the table. And the Fool represents not allowing the past to put any negative energy on the potential of you moving forward. Now, saying all that, your person still has their own free will. But do I feel like they still love you? I do. Do I feel like you're on their mind? I do. I even feel like they may be like checking on you behind the scenes, so to speak. And I don't mean in a creepy way. You know what I mean? I just mean like, I've done that where you just, you know, like I remember when I came back to my hometown and I remember driving by like an old boyfriend's house. I don't know why, but I did. You have such beautiful energy here. And you don't really have much energy of hardship. But I feel like because I feel like faith is number one. So I do feel like there's a good chance. And I have to say a chance. You know what I mean? It's just the way I work. Like, I don't want to give anyone false hopes. Again, because I cannot control their free will. Look at that victory and success, though. Holy cow. And he's blowing a trumpet right towards the Fool. I feel like there's a potential of working this out. But I do feel like if we work it out, we need to, again, be very open and honest with each other. Because, there was a breakup for a reason. But I do feel like there's a potential of growth during the separation. And that growth, I feel like, if we choose to come back together, then I feel like you'll stay together. But we do have to deal with whatever caused, the separation to start with. Your very first card is positive movement forward, and then over it's rejoice and celebration, and your intuition underneath that. All of it is such beautiful energy. So that's why I feel like, and then the Fool right in the middle. Yes, we need to deal with what we need to deal with, and then put it in the past. Almost look at each other through new eyes. So I'm just going to say, I feel like 99.9% that this relationship is not over. For some reason, I'm just thinking of Sam and I. All of a sudden, we've had quite a few breakups, not since we moved in together. But we talked on the phone for 5 years, and I break up with him on the phone. He'd break up with me on the phone, and then we couldn't take it, and we contact each other again. Jamie, should I pick the round or cushion cut diamond? I don't know what a cushion cut diamond is. So let's just take a couple cards, see if we get round. I'm going to look for circles. Um, I'm thinking like a cushion cut that, is sitting on something like a cushion. But I'm looking for circles if that's the one. Now I'm letting your guides know that. Page of Swords, Four of Wands, Six of Pentacles, Three of Swords, Page of Cups. I have no circles. None. You know what I feel like this is saying? Go with what your heart tells you to go with. Follow your heart. I feel like you must have a preference. And I feel like that's what you should follow. I literally was asking for well, now all of a sudden I see a circle and I see another circle. And I know that doesn't help. Now I'm saying I see circles. But I feel like going with your heart, you can never go wrong. Like I feel like there's got to be one that calls to you more than the other. And maybe because I don't know what a cushion set diamond is, maybe that's why. Maybe it is a circle. But I feel like really this is saying what feels good to you. I don't see any PayPal. I'm sorry. But I will try to make it back to you. T. Williams, you're asking, is it possible to post the order in which you did these readings? My daughter does it, but I honestly don't know how she does it. It would take me too long to do that. So I'm just going to be honest, I'd have to it would just take too long. If I had the time, I would definitely do that for you guys. But what I would say is try to remember the time. I don't know if that would help either, though. Lawana. Hi there. My 19-year-old son signed up for the military. Is this the best choice for him or best choice for a career for him? What does my guide say about this? He seems to be a fearless being, but I am worried. I can understand that. I can understand your worry. But it's interesting that you said a fearless being because I could feel that, almost like I feel like there's more. I feel like there's what's the word I'm looking for? Like there's a desire within him. And I'm going to pull cards, but I do feel that. I feel like there's a desire within him. And I don't know that you could have changed his mind. You could have tried, and you may have tried. But I don't know, because I feel like that feels to him like his calling. But now, when I say calling, doesn't mean like, Mom, I was called to do this. I don't know that that's the wording someone would use. But let's go ahead and pull some cards on that. The Light Seers. I'm going to ask the room to please keep your son in their prayers, as I will. that he remains safe and protected, and that Archangel Michael to please be his protector. Whoa. All right, 2 Pentacles. The Magician. Well, there you go. You know, I have a feeling your son does what your son wants to do. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I feel like if your son feels called to something, then that's the direction I go. Though I do feel like he's thought about it. I do feel like he has thought about it. Or is that the word I'm looking for? Like, has reflected over it. But I do feel like I feel like I'm a powerful dude. Ace of Pentacles. Queen of Wands. I have to say, right off the bat, with the Ace of Pentacles next to the Magician, I do feel like he may potentially make this his career. But in the same breath, like, you know, I'm sure what you're worried about is that he's going to have, like, will he have to face, there's your worry. There's your worry. But let me tell you something. The Nine of Swords is about unnecessary worry. That is the meaning of the card. It's worry nonetheless. But I feel like that is a message for you. You know, I feel like it'd be impossible as a mother not to worry. But in the same breath, I feel like I get this feeling that your son will make this his career. Okay, let's keep going. But I have to say, I also feel that he will do very well. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, you know, when retirement reaches him, he will have a high title. I don't know that much about, like, you know, different titles or what have you, but I do feel like growth very quickly. The Empress, the mother figure. That's you. 7 of Pentacles. Wow. 10 of Pentacles. Okay. Okay, so that just kind of clarifies what I was thinking. So we went from the Ace of Pentacles to the 10 of Pentacles. To me, I feel like it's telling you a couple things. You know, I can't guarantee that your son, you know, will be 100% safe, but this is what I'm really feeling. I'm feeling that he does make this a career, and I do feel like he does very well. You know, it is showing that it goes from the ace. That's like walking in, you know, my very first day. And then how I spoke about retirement. Well, look where he ends up in the 10 of Pentacles. So to end up in the 10 of Pentacles, I must be okay, right? Not just okay, but I must have done very well. Because this is truly the house of abundance. I get your worry. Like, I'm sure everybody here understands your worry. But I do feel like he has reflected upon this, and I feel like no matter what, you know, this is what he's going to do. And I almost feel like he's meant to. Like, I feel like saying, like, I'm one bad dude. But I mean that in, like, you know, like, I know what I want. I'm powerful. But I'm not talking egotistically. I'm talking like I do feel that, like, and maybe why I'm saying that is like, because I feel like he's going to rise in the ranks very quickly. And I feel like I need to have that I need to believe that within myself, especially in this field. So I feel like Archangel Michael's going to protect him. And I feel like I feel like this is going to be his career. And I feel like he is going to be, I do feel like he's going to be fine. I feel like his career is only going to grow and grow and grow. And why? Because I feel he feels it's right for him. And it is showing mama's worry. But we all get it. We all understand it, but there's not much we can do. Yet at the same time, I just feel like this feels like the right move for him. It's like taking a boy and becoming a man. Okay, I feel like the guides were very clear on this one, showing mama's worry, but also showing the abundance of his decision. And I feel like he's very aware. Like, I'm aware of what I'm doing. And I'm not even sure that he's going to see like combat, because I feel like he's going to raise through the ranks. And I feel like I'm saying that wrong very quickly, but very deservingly at the same time. That means he puts the work in and other people recognize it. And again, so I feel like, he may be more the organizer or the one who organizes. And I don't know. I shouldn't get into all that because I don't really know all that lingo, but I feel like this is showing him retiring from that. So I feel like that's there to help ease your mind. Okay. But I promise you, we will keep your son in our prayers. King of Pentacles just popped up. Not sure why. King of Pentacles, though, is someone who looks at life from the big picture. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Yes, Kim. Kim N. Oh, I want to read Sabrina real quick. Yes, there was one from a new person, subscriber to her channel. No, the PayPal literally comes to the top of my phone the minute I get a PayPal, and it's not showing anything yet. But Kim N, of course, and I'll look for you. Dawn, what good things for the next 3 months? Next 3 months for Dawn. Dawn, I don't use this deck for you very often, but the good tarot is calling to me. So we shall answer. All right. Funny, Dawn, I was using you as an example in someone else's reading. Ace of Swords. Hmm. The Eight of Swords. Look at this. The Ace of Pentacles. Two aces. Though the Eight of Swords is in between them. Look at this. The Nine of Pentacles. Dawn. Don't come between you and your money. No, I know you don't. But man, do I find that interesting. I need to go below that. Two aces coming in. First of all, the Ace of Pentacles, it literally means it's coming in your physical world. I have a feeling it has something also to do with your money sitting right next to the Nine of Pentacles. You know, and I know you've been putting a lot of hard work and a lot of hours, and I don't feel like you're feeling, you know, like, I don't know, like you're receiving for all the work that you're putting in. But I feel like this ace is a representation of your money. But let's go below that. So I do feel like even if you don't think anybody else is recognizing you, I feel like they are. We have the Five of Swords. We have the Hangman. It's almost like that Eight of Swords is a little bit of a block. But look at that. There's my son's birthday. 8/12. And he came up in your reading, Dawn. Six of Swords. Good. I'm glad to see that. Ten of Pentacles. Okay. Wow. All right. Let's take one on this end. We have the Messenger of Air, the Knight of Swords. And on this side, we have the Page of Pentacles. Look at the Pentacles over here. So right away, you get the Ace of Pentacles. Coming to the Nine of Pentacles. What does that mean? It means you're the one who's going to receive the harvest of the Nine of Pentacles. But you add this ace to the nine. Where does it take you? To the Ten of Pentacles. Ace to the nine to the 10. And then the Page of Pentacles. You know, it's like you've been learning so much. And I feel like it's, you know, I feel like you wish it would pay off sooner versus later, but I feel like the day is coming. Now, you're asking for the next 3 months, so this must be in the next 3 months. Now, with all that being said, we need to look back because Eight of Swords, that self-created prison, but it's being met by the Hangman. So it's actually putting a little bit of a pause in the action. That could be related to love, though. Because I feel like you're still like on, what's the word I want to say? Like on uncertain grounds, let's just say. I'm going to go right in between this side of the reading, the Five of Pentacles. All right. I'm going to be very bold with you, John. And it's coming from love. But I feel like this is saying that as much as, and I know, like, I know you're clearing energy of your past as it relates to love. I know that. But I feel like it feels like I'm still a little injured. And in a way, the Eight of Swords, yes, it's a self-created prison, but sometimes I feel like the universe is like holding us back for the moment, right? Because there's certain issues if we don't look at, we don't understand, and we don't deal with, then in a way are we doomed to repeat them? Or another way is saying that, will we just drag that energy into the next, relationship? Because I do feel like half of this is, it's interesting how these readings are coming out today. It's like half here, half here. I feel like this is all about your money. I feel like this is talking about love. Look at that, the Two of Cups. Soulmate. Wow. I'm sitting here trying to think to myself, how can I get Dawn to see this energy, accept this energy, and trust that it be so, or at least put my intentions in that direction. Now, I know you may say to me, oh, Sandy, I let my past be, but I feel like there's still some of it. And, that's natural. It's natural. But the Eight of Swords literally is saying it's putting a pause in the action. And I feel like what that means is, love may not be flowing as well as you want it to flow, but it is because, it's almost like your spiritual team is protecting you, right? Because here we have a soulmate. But if it's met with all these swords, that's going to be difficult energy. Doesn't stop it. You know what I feel like, Dawn? I feel like you have to learn how to be loved and how to let someone truly love you without fear, or with as little fear as possible. I need to be realistic here. To say without fear is almost impossible, but with as little fear as possible, knowing that number one, you deserve great love. But just because we deserve it, we can still push it away. I feel like I don't know, like I don't know how I can talk you out of or help you bring down these walls. I hope that I'm helping to bring down these walls. That's what I hope. And I think your walls are coming down. Okay, let me put it another way. You've known love to be a certain way for quite a long period of time. And a lot of times it wasn't the greatest. But in no way does that mean that you cannot have unconditional, beautiful love story, because you can. But you have to let it be. I mean, I know what it's relating to, but we don't even need a name. It's not even about, it's just about like how love had been for you And it doesn't feel like it's been like this big shiny light. If anything, it feels more like I was loving in the dark. And I just feel like, I do feel like the time is going to come where you are going to be able to love fully. And, I feel like sometimes the biggest problem is allowing someone to love us. Like allowing them just to love us. I feel like your money is just going to get better and better. Like I just don't have any worries around there. I'm not saying everything's hunky dory, but I do feel like it's just going to get better and better. And I've been feeling that for you. And I feel like love is just, you know, I really feel like it's just learning how to allow someone to like truly love you. Maybe it's just knowing that you're worth it. You know what I mean? Like you may say those words, like, I know I'm worth it, but do you really, really feel it? And that means I can't allow like past relationships, past people who maybe have done hurtful things, spoke hurtful words to live within my soul. This is my life. And I want my life to be good. So it's taking back your power and then opening yourself up to allow love, but to be loved. It's not even about finding love. It's more, I feel like your guides are talking more about allowing yourself to be loved. And maybe for some reason you don't think you deserve it, but we all know that's not the truth. Other people can put that in our heads, but that doesn't make it true. All right, I'm going to let that be done. But I mean, good news. 2 aces, soulmate. That's all good news. There's just a few little things to look at. Oh, it's raining here. Oh, Dawn. Hope you're well. Thank you, Dawn. You haven't seen Jen. She got a new job. Yeah, she got a new job, and so she's trying to fit them both in. She's doing YouTube more now, like late at night. She's like me, where I'm a night owl. Yeah, Dawn. Don't regret it. Don't regret it. I would say instead of regretting it, like, when you do have conversation, like when you do talk again, just just be your natural self. Um, T. Williams, yeah, I know. I know. One of these days I will mark them. I was looking for Kim and Kim. You're still here. I see that. Oh, okay. Here it is. Any guidance moving forward with me and RV in the next 3 months, still actively in communication. Okay. I'm sorry, I just jumped. Any guidance moving forward with me and VR in the next 3 months, still actively in communication. Okay. What do I want to use? What do I want to use? I'm going to use the Good Witch, Kim. All right. It's funny how you guys all asked for the next 3 months. We have the Seven of Wands. We have the Moon. We have the Four of Swords, healing. That feels good. All of a sudden, I feel really good about that. Because I feel like the moon, though it can represent uncertainties, at the same time, I feel like this is very dreamy. And I get a feeling that the two of you, you help heal each other. And, and I feel like my battle scars, like I'm proud of them. Now, I don't know which one of you are saying this, but I get that saying, like, those battle scars that I have, well, I'm proud of them. So I'm not looking at those scars as like, woe is me, or, I'm looking at it more at like, look at what I've gone through. Look at the, like, what I've come through. Look at who I am now because of. And I do feel like the two of you, I feel like your energy is good together, and I feel like you help heal each other. Those little, what I'm talking about, like those little broken pieces. Interesting. She's sitting on her roof journaling. Journaling might be a good thing for you. We have the Patient Witch. Hello, Ace of Cups. Five of Swords. Why? Five of Wands. Interesting. This may be what the healing is talking about. And then the Eight of Wands. So that's positive. Positive movement forward, which is being mirrored by the Ace of Cups over here. That's good news. I do feel like this is kind of dreamy type energy. I do see it moving forward. And I feel like when I kept saying like my battle scars, and how you help heal each other. Well, I feel like that's what these thighs down here are. Because this is past toxicity. This is past drama. But this is what's being healed. And that's a beautiful thing. Because just like I was saying to Dawn, like with this ace, I want to let it flow versus putting restrictions upon it. I'm just going to let it flow and see where it goes. But the Eight of Wands to me is a very positive energy being mirrored by this ace over here. And it's saying, go, 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 but not like go away. Like this just seems to go, 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 like in a good way. We have the Hierophant on one end. And look at that. We have the Four of Wands, the marriage card, the commitment card. I say both because you don't have to be married to be in a commitment, to be in complete love. I mean, hello, Ace of Cups and the Four of Wands. Wow. And the Hierophant. This feels like a high vibrational love. And you must be soulmates because I feel like you're meant to help heal each other. And I feel like with that, and maybe it is you, maybe it's both of you. It's like because of that, because that I am letting like, past toxicity and past bullshit go. And I'm wearing my badges of overcoming proudly, my battle scars. I'm not going to be ashamed of them. I'm not going to deny them. I'm going to be proud of them. And it's because you've overcome. You two kind of just feel good. You just feel good. And I completely forgot your question. But you know what? Sometimes I think that's a good thing when I forget your question because it means I'm really into this. We have the Four of Pentacles. Okay. This is what I feel, Kim. I feel like you definitely can help heal each other, and I feel like you do. It's not that you can. I feel like you already do. I feel like you're really putting the past behind you, and I feel like it's a great thing. I feel like the only thing I would say is think about, because this is fairly new, think about like what foundation are we building for ourselves. We want to make our foundation as strong as possible. Now, let's say the Five of Swords and the Five of Wands were still active, then I don't feel like this would be dreamy at all. I feel like it would be the opposite. Now, it doesn't mean like, okay, we'll never have any issues, but I feel like you can get through them together because of your past battle scars. And I feel like ultimately, it looks like potentially making a real commitment, and I mean real commitment to each other. And I love the Hierophant mirroring this. This is a high vibration. And it's coming over the Ace of Cups. This is a perfect example of when we learn, okay, sometimes love doesn't go right. Sometimes love sucks. Sometimes people treat us like crap. Sometimes we treat people like crap. But when we reflect upon it, which is really what we're meant to do, reflect, because again, if you look at life or earth as a classroom, we're here to learn and grow. And many times we grow more from our difficulties than we do if everything was just hunky-dory all the time. But I feel like because you have grown from your difficulties, now it feels like you're moving into a very calm, like the waters are so nice. I feel like you guys have an opportunity, let's just say, to go the whole way here. Again, we got to be real. It doesn't mean that issues or challenges don't ever come up. But I feel like the more that we come from a place of of not fear, but remembering our strength. And remember, if we really, really, really want great love, then we really, really need to be able to give it also. But I feel like the two of you are making a commitment, and love is not in question here. Not only is it not in question, but it's very positive. This is a higher vibrational, this might be a higher vibrational love than you're used to. But you deserve it. Okay. Gonna keep them out for a second. Let me grab a drink real quick, guys. Kim, we're planning on getting married just after everything is complete and healed. We both have what we call our moments, and we help each other through them when they come up. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was feeling. All right, let me go back up. Man, I did not expect so many people today. I know I'm trying to do some free ones here and there. But I should have known, because I haven't been online. Well, I've been online, but not live for a while. Dawn, I'm going to use the psychic trail. I already know the answer, though. Temperance. Empress. It says fertility here. Patience and planning. Interesting, you have two cards that say patience, but with the Empress right between. Now, the Empress is actually the energy I was talking about in your last reading, because the Empress is really what we're shooting for. The Empress looks at her life and she doesn't regret it, right? She doesn't look back and regret or blame herself. You know what I mean? She understands that everything has taught her something. And she uses these experiences for her betterment. You know what I mean? But this is someone who is loving, who keeps her heart open. And then we have, look at that, 2 sevens back to back. 77. 77. Maybe this is a relation. First of all, I feel like your guides are definitely involved in this. So that tells me that, you're probably meant to meet each other. But I also feel like, okay, I feel like saying, slow down, you move too fast. Don't you want the night to last? Excuse my singing. I feel like your guides are like, not only are we for this, but potentially maybe we brought it to you. Now, I feel like your guides know what you're going through and, how you're trying to be more and more open. But I know that you're trying, and that's all that's required. Like, just try. And there's no judgment upon any of us, just so you know that. Like I don't want, when I'm doing a reading, I don't want anyone to think like their guides are judging them. Quite the opposite. They love us unconditionally. We can mess up and mess up and mess up, and they will still love us. It's like a mother and her child, right? Like, I'm gonna love you no matter what, even if I recognize some things that maybe, I still love you. I feel like your guides are saying, you need to take this slow. You need to take this slow. And it is because of, well, the things that we talked about in your last reading and how you feel it went more casual, but that's because you were pulling back some. You're not believing 100% in love yet. Or let me put it a different way. You're not believing that love can be, I want to say issue free, but that's not the right word because, that's not life. What do I want to say? Like, I don't feel like you're believing that, I don't know, that you can have great love. But I feel like your guides, yes, they're for this person. Yes, definitely. But I feel like the message for you is just slow down. Slow down. Start enjoying the moments. You know what I mean? Like playfulness. Don't put restrictions out there. And it's not just you. You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like in general, as love is for you, it's saying just take your time, and it doesn't mean pull back, quite the opposite. It means enjoy the present moment. Let it be playful, let it be flirty. And don't put an expiration date upon it. Because I feel like the more you can just go with the flow, the happier I see you. Even though you feel like this has moved more into a casual, and listen, I'm never going to say like, if one doesn't work out, well, that's it. Because if something doesn't work out, listen, sometimes people come into our life just to get our heart activated again after a period of time of shutting it down. And then the Empress is here, the loving and nurturing Empress, right? But again, powerful and strong. She's nobody's fool, but she's not saying that like, hey, I'm nobody's fool. No, she's allowing love to be love. But she also knows that, if for any reason things didn't work out, that she's going to be okay. And she will not shut her heart down. So I feel for you, it's really just about enjoying the moment. And I feel like you end up where you end up. I kind of love seeing these 2 sevens here because I feel like it's saying this is a spiritual journey. This is a spiritual journey for you, which means you're learning. And maybe that's exactly what you're learning, not to pull back. Not to put like, I feel like a lot of us, like, we want to know what's the final destination's gonna be. But sometimes we want to know that before it's even taken off. So, and people will reveal themselves to us. We need to give them the time to reveal who they truly are, and vice versa, by the way. And look at this, 2 sevens, which I could already feel were spiritual. And then they're mirrored over here by 14. Well, 7 plus 7 is 14. And then what's in between all that? The Empress. Loving, nurturing, powerful, strong. But you have 2 energies of patience. Just let it take its natural course. Maybe that's what I wanted to say. Excuse me, guys. I just want to make sure. Okay. Live 88. I was divorced 6 years ago. I hope, I read the questions out loud. I don't even know why. Anyways, I was divorced 6 years ago. My ex-husband has a new girlfriend for the last year. I get the feeling like she is going to bring drama. Do you see if everything will be okay? Will she bring problems? Okay. I'm making an assumption, but I have a feeling you may have children together. And that may be why you're worried about the drama or the potential of drama. I'm going to use the Universal Tarot, Liv. By the way, I do want to let everybody know I'm doing for a very limited time a 1-question personal reading for $99. And it is only 1 question. But, you'll still get plenty of detail. And I'm only doing that for maybe another week. And, well, I don't know. Oh, yeah, it'll be under this video. All right. Wow. All right. Page of Cups. Look at that. Page of Knights. Or Page of Knights. Page of Wands. Temperance. 2 of Cups. I have a feeling you do have children together. Six of Swords. 9 of Pentacles. The Death card, Scorpio. And the devil, card of Capricorn. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. Can I be so bold as saying I feel like, you may have left your ex because there was some toxicity that he may have carried. Doesn't mean that we're innocent, but I kind of feel that. Um, and I do feel like you've put that behind you. And I love the temperances here because I feel like it gives you a reason to be comforted. You know what I mean? Knowing the divine is part of all of this, which is always, but it's to like comfort your own heart. I do wonder, let's go on both sides. We have the Hierophant, let's go on the other side, and we have the Ten of Pentacles. Hmm. Okay. So she could bring a little drama, but I feel like this is nothing that cannot be handled. And why is that? Because I feel like it's almost like if we were in a conversation together, and I'm not putting her down, but I do feel like if I was in a conversation with her, or you and her were in a conversation, I feel like like she would have to look at you as like the intelligent one, the one who knows what she's talking about, even if I never spoke those words. You know what I mean? Like, I have a feeling like I don't know if you and your ex still have like a pretty close relationship. And if that is the case, that may be a little bit of what she may consider an issue. But I don't feel like anything that's major, major. If anything, I feel like your ex would have to deal with it. But do I feel like it's following you? I don't, because well, here's the thing. I feel like you could very quickly put someone in their place, very quickly. And I feel like, if that day does happen, I feel like that's exactly what you'll do. Like, I'll put you in your place just like that. We're going to go right in between. We have judgment, present moment. I just get this feeling that you don't really have to worry about that. Because again, I feel like if there's any I get a sense of her being like a little bit, mm, like a little bit immature. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but that's kind of what I feel like. Like I'm not as wise as you are. Um, and that may intimidate me a little bit. And, does my guy still have eyes for you? Like, those are the type of things I feel like would go through her head. But man, do I feel like and if you have children with your ex, I feel like there's a lot of protection around you and your children. Now, if you don't have children, though I kind of feel you do, but if you don't, then it's protection for you and your ex. Now, it doesn't mean for the two of you to be together. It just means that because I get a feeling you get along, doesn't mean like, we talk on the phone for hours, something like that. But I do feel like we get along, and maybe it's taken a while to get to that point. So I do feel like that would be the only issue is like Because I feel like, here's the truth. I feel like she would look at you and be more worried about you than anything. But, it's like a backwards compliment. It's like, why would you bother me? Well, because maybe I don't feel like I'm half the woman that you are. And maybe that's why I feel a little bit of immaturity. Not major. It's almost like he's with a younger woman. You know what I mean? Like someone who has not lived a lot of life yet, or if they haven't learned a whole lot. It's interesting. I feel you and your ex are soulmates. And this is a perfect example of where sometimes like not all soulmates are meant to live the rest of their lives out together. Now, you can still have conversations, right? Like especially if you have kids, because I feel like there doesn't seem to be anything wrong except where you're concerned. But I do feel like quickly you'd like if like she would like call you and be like, I don't want you talking about, I feel like quickly you'd put her in her place. But I don't feel like you have a whole lot to worry about. It's interesting because I do feel like you and your ex are soulmates, and other people can feel that energy. And maybe they're not soulmates. You know what I mean? And therefore she can feel like, oh, something's different here. Now, I'm going a little deeper than I expected to go, but that's what I feel like. And then I feel there's so much protection around you. I really do. Like, and I feel wisdom and, like a maturity level. And I'm not talking about age. I just mean like I've been there, I've learned, where I feel like she maybe hasn't learned as much, or maybe looks at life differently. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you look at life through a spiritual lens, which is beautiful. And she may not know what that even means. So I don't know. Um, but I don't feel like there's a whole lot to worry about. If anything, I feel like it's your ex would have to deal with, you know, whatever she's unhappy about. Because I feel like if she came to you, good luck. Like, good luck. Okay, I'm going to let that be. But 6 years should be like for the normal person. If someone was broke up with someone for 6 years, you'd be like, okay, well, I really don't have anything to worry about, but I do feel like it's almost like in her mind, it's like last week. All right. Hi, Anila. Hi, Mandy. Erica. Erica Duncan. A general, please. You got it, my dear. General. Let's bring the Troy Dreams back out. And by the way, guys, you know what I'm thinking of doing? I know I said this before, but I almost did it today. Then I thought, now I'll give you guys notice. I think I'm going to do a live where all we're going to talk about is past lives, our past lives, and anything that's like anything that's moved forward with us. Really, I'm just going to leave it open to whatever you want to ask me. But something is telling me to do that. So it may be the next live, and I'll let you know. I'll put in the title somewhere. All right. Erica, General. Spirit guides for Erica. We have the Page of Swords. A page can be someone of a younger time, of a younger age. Well, no, I meant younger time. It can also be someone who is younger, like a child. But a page can also be energy that's in the atmosphere. We have the Death card. We have the Palace of Wands. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this, two palaces next or side by side. First of all, what is a palace? Or what does it mean? And I think many of you know that I don't read the books when I buy a deck because I want my own intuition to pick it up. So to me, the palace is like an energy that I'm shooting for. It's the ultimate energy. It's ultimately where I want to see myself. Now, I kind of love you have the Palace of Wands and the Palace of Swords. Palace of Wands is about it's the Palace of Passion, desire. It's your inspiration. It's a house full of inspiration. Next to the Palace of Swords, truth, honesty, integrity. If it's a palace, then I can trust that energy. Interesting, it's mirroring the Page of Swords over here. So let's keep going and see why. We have the 10 of Cups. Man. We have the 3 of Wands. Hello, world. World is showing up over and over today. That must mean that there's something going on where, sometimes it literally means a chapter is ending and it's time for the next chapter in one's life to begin. And I'm a believer we run in 9-year cycles. But it doesn't mean like when I think of like the 5 of Swords, I don't have to be like at my 9th year in the cycle to cut energy out. Judgment, present moment, rebirth. You have 2 cards that speak about rebirth and transformation. The Death card and Judgment. We have the 2 swords on one side, and we have the Queen of Pentacles on the other side. All right. So really you have quite beautiful energy here. I have a feeling, that wasn't always the case. But listen, I feel like your team is calling you, like this may be your sign, to really be in the present moment. It's interesting because I felt like this page was more like in the atmosphere. So I wouldn't be surprised if in some way there's some type of communication that's coming very soon, by the way, because judgment means like, I need your attention now, right? I need you in the present moment. This is where I send your signs. And because the world is right next to it, it is talking about the next chapter. Well, it just so happens that there's 2 palaces sitting right above it. We'll take it all day long. And then we have the Death card, closing of a door. Well, what door do you want me to close? Well, I would assume that it's the 2 of Swords. 2 Swords isn't the worst energy in the world. It's a heck of a lot better than the 8 of Swords. But I'm still wearing a little bit of a blindfold. And, and then you have the 3 of Wands, optimism. I kind of feel like, honestly, I feel like the door that I'm speaking about, I feel like it has been closed. I feel like this Two of Swords, it kind of does feel like you've already been there, done that. Like I've taken that blindfold off. Because I feel like you have moved more into optimistic type energy. I mean, you have such beautiful cards laying here. Let's go right in. Well, let's look at that Two of Swords first. Get out of town. Another palace. Palace of Cups. And let's go right in the middle. The Ace of Cups. Listen, I feel like if you have any fear that's related to love, now's the time to look at it. Now's the time to look at it. You know, whether you're in a relationship now or you're about to be in a relationship, look at the palaces. And this all sits on your next chapter. And Judgment, like, I'm going to give you the signs. I'm going to give you the breadcrumbs to follow. And who's the perfect queen for that? The Queen of Pentacles. Because she'll pick up those breadcrumbs. And it doesn't matter what your sign is. She's got these beautiful daisies in her hand. She's looking right back at that Ace of Cups. It's interesting, when I put that Palace of Cups down, I hid the blindfold. And I feel like that may be just a little bit of a block, is love. You know, I feel like there's a new chapter opening up for you. And it feels good, good, good. Will I allow it though? Because again, Judgment and the Death card both talk about transformation, right? Rebirth, transformation, closing of the door, and now I need you in the present moment. Why? Because this chapter is ready to be opened. And look at the love and abundance and inspiration, communication, all of it. It's like, I feel like this is going to be like the time of your life. I'm just going to take one more of that Two of Swords, Two Pentacles. You know, interesting. Because the Two of Swords is using my fear-based mind to make a decision. Two Pentacles. Now, this is how I see it, but I see it as using the logical mind. You know, it's called the Juggler's card, meaning I may have a lot of balls up in the air. Well, with all these palaces, you may. But still, as things start to come in for you, just don't have any blindfolds on, because I feel like you don't need it. You don't need it. I feel like this is going to be a great time in your life. And I hope that you just allow. And I feel like that's the secret. Just allow. And then watch what happens. Follow the breadcrumbs. You know, not just one palace, not just two palaces, but three. And the Ten of Cups. And the Ace of Cups. And the World. And look who's standing right in the middle of the portal of the world, the Fool. Just like the Death card says. Closing of one door, the Fool was like, that's what I do. And then I take a leap of faith towards my future or my present. But your spiritual team is right there with you. That's quite beautiful. And you know, I feel like when we get like readings like this that just are so beautiful, I feel like it's because you've come far. You know, like I would say that your life, you probably wouldn't describe your life as like always beautiful. But I hope you believe me. Or let's put that a different way, because they're not believing me. I hope that you can feel the energy and then just follow it. It's guidance. It's guidance. I'm kind of loving the readings today. Simone. Let me read a couple real quick. Thank you, Sophia. That means the world to me. Oh, you're a Reiki master. That's right. I think you told me that before. Monica, this is not what I mean. All right, Simone. Oh, and then Monica. Thank you, Sandy. I'm happy with your reading. Well, thank you, my dear. I feel like you're not satisfied, though. All right, Simone. Hi, Sandy. My love wants me to move to his town. 20-year-old love story. He recently came back. Am I going to move to him? And the chance of getting married and starting a family with him? Well, Simone, I feel like you can answer that question. I am going to pull cards for you, but I feel like if that's what you feel in your heart of hearts, you should follow that. Especially just look at your own wording. My love wants me to move to his town. Old love story. It's exactly what I did. I left Rhode Island, moved back to Pennsylvania. Sam's, well, is my hometown also, but it's where he lived. All right, so I think I'm going to question it in a different way, Simone. Let's just assume that you are. Now, if you're not, we'll know. It'll come up. But let's just assume that you are going to move. Let's see how it goes. Oh, I thought that was PayPal, but it's not. Let's just see how it goes from there. So there are certain cards I'm going to look for. I'm not going to tell you. But I told your guides and my guides. And I'm using the light seers, by the way. Oh, I don't know what made me cut them, but okay. Look at that. First card, 6 of Swords. There you are. There you are. In movement. Yeah, it's funny how I tell you guys all the time, like, try not to let fear stop you from doing things that, you know, your soul's calling for. But yet I have to tell you, as much advice as I can, because remember, a lot of times I'm channeling through my guides. Doesn't mean I'm living this perfect life. Because Sam and I really, 5 years on the phone, and it was me. It was my fear. And it literally stopped me. And then one day I was like, you know what? Just book the ticket. Once you book that ticket, you won't change your mind. So that's what I did. Because Sam kept saying, when are you coming? So anyway, okay, I was looking for this card. And look at her. She's pregnant. She's 9 months pregnant. And I was looking for this card. There's another card I'm looking for also. King of Wands. I feel like that's your guy. Your love. Doesn't matter their sign. Look at this. Temperance. Divine timing. You know, I feel like maybe that's why I said to you what I said before you even pulled your cards. Like, I already felt like you were going to move. I already felt like it was going to happen. And maybe that's why I turned your question around. And here it is, you moving. And then Temperance mirroring that. You know, first of all, Temperance would say, trust your intuition. That's where I send your messages. That's where I tell you, that's when you know it's divine timing. But look at this, the Empress and the King side by side. Wow. Keep going. Oh my gosh. Hello, Two of Cups. Get out of town. The Emperor and the Empress are connected. The mother and the father are connected. What are they connected by? Soulmates. But first is your movement. I mean, look at this lady. She's literally in the boat. She's heading to the king. I almost feel like, how could you deny this? It just feels... Oh. The Star. The Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups. I hope you go. I do feel like you're going to start a family together. Definitely your soulmates. And definitely you can create a house of true love. You know, then you have the Star right before that. My hopes, my dreams, my wishes. But it seems to fall under him. Like, this is my dream to have you in my home. But look at the Ten of Cups mirroring the Two of Cups with Temperance right above it. I just love this. We have the King of Cups. And then we have the Knight of Swords. This King of Cups feels like someone old. You know, at first I was going to say, like, I felt like it could be like energy of, well, no, I don't want to get myself off track. I feel like this king is someone that is like of, you know, before. And look how this knight is like running to get on his motorbike. Like, I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to get there. The World. So, two cards I was looking for. The World and the Empress. And now we have them both. The World is the next chapter of your life. Do I feel like you're starting a family? Absolutely. I mean, literally, here you are, pregnant, connected right to the Emperor, the Empress, and the Emperor. My beautiful power couple. Meant to be. This is just beautiful. Now, I'm not going to say that means that everything will always be hunky-dory, because listen, your story is a lot like my story. And Sam and I still fight. You know, he's Italian, I'm Irish. We still fight. But what we do different than we've done than, let's say, in previous relationships, not with him, but you know, a fight doesn't mean the end. Like, we can fight, separate, not separate like houses, but like go into separate rooms and then come back together, hug, kiss, apologize. You know what I mean? And I don't even know why I'm bringing any negative energy upon this, because this all just feels beautiful. I feel like you should go. Yes, you should go. I'm like looking at my monitor like I'm looking at you. I love this reading. Now, not just because it's beautiful, let's face it, but because it literally answered your question, but it also gave me confirmation. You know, I do that a lot in readings. I'll be like, you know, if this is meant to be, show me this card. I don't tell you guys because sometimes some things come in a different way, and I don't want you to look at it like, oh, well, that card didn't come out. It's not meant to be. Wow. All right, let me grab a drink. I have to tell you, when I'm done with lives, because I really do give it my all, I need days to recover. I really do. I may turn music on, but I need like silence. That's why, like, you know, if I go in the living room, Sam's got the TV on, I gotta leave, because I just need that. Anyway. Simone, I can't wait till you write to me and tell me about your love story. All right, Teresa. Will I find love this year? Taking Reiki. Is that a good move according to my spiritual team? Already, I know it is. Already, I feel it. And you know how I know that? I got goosebumps when I read it. About the Reiki part. So I already know that's a good move, using your words. All right. But we'll look deeper. So will you find love this year? Oh my God, it's 7 o'clock. I'm telling you, time flies when I'm on here. What do I want to use? I'm going to use the Crystal Vision. You know, I like the bigger decks because the images are bigger, but I love shuffling the smaller, regular, plain deck size. It's very it really, what's the word? What's the word? It calms me. All right, Teresa. You're going to find love this year. And Teresa doing Reiki. Was that a good move? Is that a good move? And, you know, my guys are saying just trust what we already gave you. So I feel like Reiki is yes. All right, we have the Star. 10 of Cups. You know, there's a reason why I use different decks for different people. Because, you know, sometimes we get like the same cards, but they're from different decks. And I want you to see that. We have the Hierophant. Ace of Cups. How you doing? Look at the Ace of Cups mirroring the Star. So, this is about your dreams, a wish coming true. But literally, it's being answered because it's mirroring it. Not just that, but then right next to it is the Ten of Cups. Well, that would mean marriage to me. Because whoever I'm in the Ten of Cups with, it's hopefully for a lifetime. And I do love that the Hierophant is also part of this. To me, it means it's a high vibrational love. So if anyone comes towards you who is like broken, whose life's not together. Now, I'm not saying don't look for somebody, like look for someone who's perfect, because we will not find that perfect. You know, nobody is perfect. We were born imperfect. But what I do mean is I feel like your energy, I feel like you're at the point, especially if you're doing Reiki, where you understand energy. So well, I mean, love is moving towards you. And I feel like just trust that. Oh man. And then I get the Two of Swords. Okay. Not the worst energy in the world. And it makes sense with love. You know, love is scary. Let's face it. You know, giving of our heart is scary. But that really is our soul's journey. Not just romantic love. But romantic love is part of it. Okay. Five of Pentacles. Right next to that, Two of Pentacles. Right there, it shows me how your past can influence your future. Right? Because the Five of Pentacles is that energy feeling thrown into the cold. Five of Pentacles is like a tower that happens that I didn't expect. I didn't ask for, but yet, nonetheless, it happened. And I feel like that is then. And now the Two of Swords just means that some of that energy is still kind of hanging around with the Devil. Hello, Will. Destiny. You know, to me, that means love is just meant to find you. And this just isn't any old love. You know, this is not karmic love. This is not free will love. This is soulmate love. And how do I know that? Because of the vibration of it. This 2 and 5 of Pentacles, if we could just get rid of that, put it over there, look at the beauty. Even the Devil, it can certainly represent a Capricorn, though I don't want you just say, okay, I'm looking for a Capricorn. It could talk about influence, you know, and let's put that over there. Because honestly, I feel like it is like the blindfold, the Two of Swords, you know, the mental conflict. I feel like it's more illusionary than anything. Doesn't mean I don't feel it, that type of thing. But I could be telling myself that all love turns out this way when we're being shown a very different picture. The Empress. Wow. Judgment. Okay. I feel like that's giving us a little clue. 10 of Swords. 10 swords. This just means there is a period in your life first of all, I feel like as you do Reiki, these swords can be removed because I feel they're energetic. So I feel like you can remove these swords. Like, I don't need anybody else to remove them. I can remove them myself. And it's interesting I'm picking it up that way because I'm picking it up like, like hooks that are still in you, even though you have moved on. So I feel like that's why this is over here. So I feel like clearing those, just clearing your energy. But, and again, I think your question, oh, there, you're still right there. Will you find love this year? Okay. Love. Ace of Cups. Mirrored by the star. Judgment makes, first of all, and the wheel. Destiny. So a destined partner. Now, it doesn't guarantee us anything, but nonetheless, destined. And when I say doesn't guarantee us anything, I mean like if this energy still exists, then it's going to be hard to move into this energy. But if this energy can be pushed away, so to speak, then I'm much more able to like just enjoy what's in front of me. And your question was this year, right? Will I find love this year? Well, I feel like judgment is answering that question because judgment wants your attention. They want you in the present moment. And to help comfort you even more, their messages, they will send you the signs. Like follow the breadcrumbs. It's like being at the right place at the right time. And the next thing you know, you fall in love. The Empress. She's learned that no matter what my past is made up of, I'm not going to allow it to affect my future. I'm not going to close my heart down because someone else treated me wrong. That was them. Maybe they just didn't know you enough, respect you enough. But, remember, the Empress is also very powerful. So when I say stay loving, open, and nurturing, it doesn't mean be stupid and just love any old person. No, the Empress is like, man, to get to me, you got to go through my energetic field. And if you're coming in a lower vibration, all the alarms will go off. And I almost feel like there's no way I can deny that. Now, I don't feel that for you. But that's to me what the Empress represent. Like, I don't feel you have anything to worry about. Quite the opposite. Do I feel like you're going to fall in love this year? I do. Do I feel like this has the potential of, and again, I hate to say like where the final destination will be because two people have free will. But let's say we took all the crap out of life, then I feel like this would flow very easily to the 10 of Cups. Put your intentions out there because your intentions are being heard. Not only that, but I love that you also have the wheel here with the Ace of Cups. So I feel like there will be true recognition of this person. And I don't mean like I know who they are, but I do. I know their soul. Doesn't mean I know their soul from this lifetime. No, I know their soul from eternity. Put those intentions out there and watch them come back. Beautiful. It's not often I remove cards from a reading, but I felt like those cards needed to be removed. Kind of like how you do Reiki. Oh, Jamie, I finally saw that comment. Cushion like a square. Gotcha. I've never been a big jewelry person. Back when I was young, I was. I'd wear like earrings and that. Now I really don't wear much jewelry at all, if any. And unless Sam and I get married, then I will wear that. Okay. Pretty eyes. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. Pretty eyes. I feel like the psychic tarot for you. Give it some good shuffles though. Also, I want to say that I may start doing lives on Facebook. So, and I think a lot of you are on my Facebook, but if you're not and you want to be, oh my God, I don't even know what my username is. Archangel Guidance 73, I think. But yeah, just to give it a shot. Because honestly, I'm getting tired of YouTube. Okay. Plus, YouTube takes 30% of everything. Hello. Excuse me. All right, pretty eyes. Love, love, love. How's that, pretty eyes? Speaking of love. Jeez, oh man. Spiritual union. Those are the soulmates. We have the Emperor. We have the Three Swords. 2, 3, 4. Against the Three of Cups. And literally, I feel like it's against it. It's interesting because I do feel like you're going to find love, and I do feel like it's going to be a soulmate. I mean, it literally says that. And then the Emperor next to it could be someone's a little bit older than you. I don't know why I'm picking that up for you, pretty eyes, but it could be someone who's a little bit older than you. But I also feel like it'd be someone who would, I feel would be pretty grounded. You know what I mean? Like has their shit together. Cares about their fellow man. I feel like also would really know how to love you. You know what I mean? I don't even know what I mean. But I feel like I'm gonna love you in a special way. Maybe you haven't been loved in this way. Maybe that's what I mean. What's mirroring the soulmates? Rejoice and celebration. Let's go below it though. There I am splitting up the readings again. We'll put them back together and see. There's number 33. And I did look that up. And just, it means a lot of things. But one of the things that I really loved about it, it's like a spiritual high five. So to me, it means like you're on the right track. Like, good job. We have the Fool. Here it's called New Beginnings. We have Sacrifice. Look at this, my son's birthday again. Power. This is the Strength card. But literally, this is my son's birthday, 8/12. Thank you, Steve. You know what I feel like, Pretty Eyes? I feel like this Three of Swords, I definitely feel like that was past energy. And I feel like the clearing of that energy is important, because clearing it, I feel like that's what gives you a sense of power. You know, and I feel like I get this feeling like this person's going to love you like you've not been loved before. So it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, except that I feel like that you just not have been loved like this before. I definitely feel like this person's got their shit together. And you know, when you think about the emperor is normally someone, the emperor is someone that we look up to. You know, that means that they have wisdom. That means that they'll give us good advice. You know, they take themselves out of the picture. You know, it's not like, I don't want you to do, or I want you to do what I want you to do. No, I want you to be true to you. Wow. Okay. I'm going to take one more. Deception and envy. Now, do I think that means that this person coming in is deceptive? No. I feel like that's tying back to the Three of Swords. Again, I'd like to just remove that 7, but I feel like I shouldn't. So instead, we're going to take a card on that side. We have partnerships and alliances. Another 3. 3, 3, 3. Pretty Eyes, I've definitely looked that up. I just feel like that's a message to you. And hello, on the other side, the marriage card with the soulmate connected to the Fool. I don't feel like this is anyone from your past. But again, you're going to recognize each other's souls. It doesn't mean like I'm going to say, hey, I recognize you. There's going to be a feeling. Don't be afraid of it. Because again, I feel like it's going to be strong. I feel like your person, when the day comes, they will definitely put you before them. And I feel like that's just who they are. That's just who they are. Look at this. I love how they're not just holding hands. It's like they're holding arms. They're connecting. They're connecting to each other. I feel like once we connect, we never let go. And I feel like my son brought you this reading. Maybe the two of you have similarities, but I do feel that inside. I feel like my son is the one who brought out this reading for you. Love, love, love. 3, 3, 3. Soulmates. A new beginning that ultimately may lead to marriage, but it will definitely lead to a commitment. I like the person. I kind of love the person for you. And again, one more time, I'm just going to say, I feel like you have not experienced this type of love yet. Okay. Gonna let that be. Guys, I would say don't do any more donations because I'm starting to lose my voice. I am going to finish, but everyone's thanking me. You're so amazing. Or you're so welcome. All right, boyfriend. Does Matt, who's a Cancer, still have romantic feelings towards you, who you are a Taurus? So Matt's a Cancer. Though, I don't really look at signs. So does Matt still have romantic feelings towards you? All right, we're going to use the Luminous Tarot. We have the Five of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, King of Wands, the Star, Queen of Wands, Four of Cups, the Devil, Ten of Cups. And I'm going to take one on each end. We have the Hierophant. There you are, right? I think you said, yep, there's Taurus. Then we have the Knight of Pentacles. All right. First of all, even though Matt's a Cancer and you're a Taurus, I definitely feel you're the King and Queen of Wands here. And I do feel like there's some difficult things that you guys dealt with. Definitely showing there was some toxicity. I don't know if that's still the case, but it definitely was there. I feel like there was a period of time where Matt was maybe tempted to let's just say lower vibrational energy. I'm not going to say cheating or anything like that. I don't have that evidence in front of me, and I don't even feel that. But I do feel that, Five of Swords would definitely represent that toxicity. And romantic feelings, I would say yes. But could it come back together? Of course it could come back together. But can it come back together and be good? Kind of depends on two people, because I feel like Matt was just kind of drawn into this lower vibrational type energy. I feel in your heart of hearts you want this to come back together. And here's the thing. I feel like if it's meant to be, that's probably the wrong word. All right. I feel like I'm thinking like the King of Pentacles right now. And I'm thinking of the big picture of this. And here's why. Because I feel like there is a chance. I mean, does Matt still have room? I feel like yes. I feel like yes. Matt still thinks about you. But here's what I want you to ask yourself. Whatever caused the ending, is it healable? Can it be overcome? And let's say energy doesn't change, but yet for some reason you do come back together. Would you want it the same way that it was? Or do you want something that's higher vibrational? I have this knight over here of Pentacles who, it's interesting, I didn't even put him in the reading. I put him beside the cards. Normally I put them on the reading. For some reason, I didn't put him there. This is, to me, a guardian angel, and they are bringing a pentacle into your life. But it will be at the right time, not before, not after. What is the right time? I feel like a lot of that depends on us. You know what I mean? Like, to simply answer your question, yes, I do feel like Matt still thinks about you, and all that. But I don't think Matt is the only person for you. I feel like I need to take a card in between. Look at that, the Emperor. I hope this doesn't make you upset, because that's not what I want to do. But I do feel like Matt was pulled into just lower vibrational energy. And now we have the Emperor out. And again, that Emperor is someone of integrity, someone that we can look up to. And I'm noticing your guardian angel over here is going to bring this pentacle in at the right time. It's mirrored over here by the Hierophant. Well, that is your belief. That is your faith, right? And it's really asking you to ask yourself, like, am I living life according to my beliefs? Now, I'm not telling you not to, like, if this does have an opportunity to come back together, you have to make that decision. But I feel like what your guides want you to know is, please don't think that you won't find love if this does not come back together. Matter of fact, I mean, it's like, I don't want to put down Matt because I know you love him. But in the same breath, I feel like there may be someone else that you're going to love. So this is what I would say. To answer your question, yes, I do feel like Matt still thinks about you. But I also feel like Matt got pulled into lower vibrational energy. And I don't feel like you should, like, be a part of that. Now, the Emperor could certainly represent him and a growth. You know what I mean? The Hierophant could represent growth. But this night, it's just the way I set him here. It's almost like I come at the right time, right? But this doesn't feel like the right time. I feel like this emperor is someone else. And man, I feel like I'm throwing confusion on the fire. But I have to tell you what I feel. I mean, that's just like one of the rules I made with my guides and me. When we do readings, I have to give it. I have to give everything. You know, I feel like someone holds the keys to the kingdom. And by saying that, to me, it means that someone must be, and I keep using the word higher vibration. What does that mean? It means I treat someone with respect. That means if I'm in love, I don't put myself before them. It means that I want the person who I'm in love with to look up to me, to be able to count on me, all of that. Now, if that can happen, good. But let's say that doesn't happen. Then I feel like really what your spiritual team wants you to know is don't think that's it for you. Because I feel like if Matt can't live up to that, there's someone else who can. Because I feel like ultimately you are going to find the love of your life. And I feel like ultimately you are making a commitment, potentially marrying someone. And I feel like that's the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with. And I know right now you want it to be Matt. And I'm not even saying it's not, but I'm saying if the energy is the same, then the result will be the same. If the energy has risen, then the result will be different. Okay, I know that sounded confusing, but I don't know why I always say that, but man, it is pouring here. Lydia. Question above. Hi, Sandy. I donated twice last time, but no reading. You know, guys, I try my best. I really do. I try my best. And I feel terrible when I miss readings. Though, Lydia, I felt like I did read yours. But I think we got back and forth on that last time. Erica, you're very welcome. Yara, it's not that I'm skipping over you. I'm doing the donated readings first, and I have nothing from PayPal. And PayPal literally will show me right up top. And I don't want to argue. I don't know. I feel like all of a sudden I'm getting like, I don't know. Energy feels different. All right. Anyway, Lydia. Okay. How is my career looking this year? And how has Jay been since the last reading about him? All right. I'm putting them together. So how is your career looking for this year? And how has Jay been since the last reading about him? I'm going to use a good tarot, Lydia. And by the way, I hope I didn't come off cocky. I didn't mean it that way. It's frustrating sometimes because, like, if you put yourself on this side of the table, it's a little overwhelming, to be honest. Not when I'm reading, but it's just like there's a million comments, and I try not to miss them. But I've also been on here since, 2:30. All right. Lydia, career. And how's Jay doing? You know, I remember your reading last time, Lydia, because you wrote Joy instead of Jay. And I knew it was Jay. But I was a little uncertain. So even though I said Joy, in my mind, I said Jay. So there is a reading somewhere on the last, I think it was the last live. All right, 5 of Swords. Two of Cups. I feel like a card flipped over, but we'll see if it comes out. The Emperor. Well, I love that for business. The Page of Wands. The Ace of Swords under that 5 of Swords. The 3 of Swords under the 2 of Cups. I feel like that's I feel like that's how you're feeling right now over Jay. The 10 of Swords. Holy Swords. The Chariot. And I'm going to take one on this end, the Death card, Transformation. And on this end, the 4 of Pentacles. Okay. So let's talk about career first. Excuse me. First of all, I love seeing the Emperor here as a career. Because to me, the Emperor, as it relates to business, is definitely at the top of their game. This is someone that the rest of us would look up to, like for questions or what have you. There's definitely the ability to lead people, great management type energy, business, owning one's own business. I feel like, you've had like these ups and downs, but I feel like things are starting, and it's interesting because I know this energy. This is what I have felt like, where like, your business goes up and down. And I feel like I've been in a law, I can't speak. I can't say the word, but I feel like I'm coming back up again, but not just me. I feel like everybody is. It's like, I don't know if it's planetary. Like, I wish I knew, I wish I had the attention span to really learn more about astrology, but I don't. I tried, and I can't stay interested in it. So I just stopped. But I can feel like I feel planetary action. So I do feel like there's something going on where, and it may have been that total eclipse where now things are starting to move forward again, you know? And I definitely feel I kind of love seeing the death card over the five of swords because five of swords is that toxic energy. But it's usually other people, right? It's other people's energy. But then you have the death card over it. So I feel like, first of all, don't get tied into it with the ace of swords under that. Don't get tied into that. Um, because I don't feel like that would serve you. And I feel like the more risk you take with your work, and when I say risk, I don't mean like doing something that could potentially end what you're doing. I mean like if something piques my interest, I follow it. If I do a piece of work and I believe like I put my energy behind it, I release it. I put it out there in the world type of thing. So, and then you have the chariot, and I feel like that is like movement, and I feel very good movement. I feel like your foundation as it relates to your career feels pretty solid. And you may have had those lulls and, those ups and downs, but I feel like you're coming up. You're coming on back. You're coming back up. So to me, your career looks good. Now, Jay, on the other hand, I feel like a lot of these swords are relating to Jay. Lydia, it's hard for me to give certain messages because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But I have to say, I feel like, let's say, like you and Jay decided to, like, communicate again or, like, give it another shot. Man, Lydia, I feel like you would end up in the same place again. I just feel like you would end up in the same place. Um, and I feel like Jay is, normally when I do your reading, I feel like, Jay's okay. He's doing good. But I'm not feeling that right now. And I mean that as in I feel like he's just dealing with life issues. Like I feel like there's a lot going on in his life that he has to deal with. It might have been, from other people's issues, but then he ends up having to deal with that. So I'm not going to say that Jay is in the happiest of place right now. Now, that doesn't mean that's the way it stays, because I do feel like he'll deal with what he needs to deal with. But I feel like right now there's a lot of crap coming down on his shoulders. Like it feels like, like it's raining. I don't know. Like, what do I want to say? Not raining anything good. But just like the weather, this too shall pass. Let's take a card right in the middle. We have the Nine of Pentacles. So, first of all, because I'm talking about Jay right now, it could be relating to his employment. He may be dealing with a lot. But listen, maybe he needs to. And what I mean by that is maybe this is part of his life lessons. And it feels like, when it's raining, it's pouring. And right now it feels like it's pouring. It's literally pouring outside. So, but I do feel like that, I do feel like he'll deal with whatever needs to be dealt with. And I don't know if he's connected to anyone else. And if he is, that may be part of the problem. Like there may be issues there. I kind of feel like I'm dealing with issues everywhere. Again, if it's if it's raining, it's pouring. And it feels like right now it's just pouring on him. But it's temporary. And to me, your career, as long as you put the effort behind it, I feel like it's just going to get better and better and better. And I mean that financially, but not just financially. I also mean it as in like your foundation is just stronger and stronger and stronger, and I like that because, we need to think about our own foundation, because when our foundation is strong, nobody can really knock us off it. Or if they try, we can rebuild, very quickly. But everything on that front looks really good. Everything on Jay's front looks a little difficult right now. I do feel like you're missing him though. But I also worry that, and again, it depends on the person. Because I feel like, if I reconnected, would I not just end up in the same place just down the road? That's what I would worry about for you. But of course, I would want you to trust your own energy. Okay, I'm going to let that be. And I'm going to ask people no more donations because I'm only going to hang. It's already 8 o'clock. Oh my God. Simone, oh, you have peace now. Then I feel like my job is done because that's what I want for all of you. Hi, Candy. All right, Yara. I'm going to do you right now, but no more donation, guys. So if anybody sees, well, I guess you can't stop them. All right, so a message from your angels, your higher self, about love, please. You got it, my dear. I'm going to use a tarot of dreams. I'm going to start watching some other lives, just to see how other people do it. You know what I mean? Like, because I feel like when I leave, I'm always disappointing people. And it makes me sad because it's not my intention. All right, Yara. Well, hello, Two of Cups. Whoa. The Knight of Pentacles. Wow. looking right at the Two of Cups. Look at this. So the Knight of Pentacles, right, says, I'm bringing a pentacle into your world. I come at the right time. Knight of Pentacles is a lesson in patience. Like, you can't make me come before my time. I come at the right time. And you don't even have to worry about this energy, because I feel like this just means I'll be at the right place at the right time. It just magically happens. I love that it's pointing right to a soulmate. And then the Knight of Pentacles says, I'm bringing in this pentacle. And this pentacle is meant to expand your world. Well, look what follows. So this knight makes good on its promise. The marriage card. Next to soulmate, or marrying the soulmates. Eight of Swords. Four of Pentacles. You know, it's almost like this Knight of Pentacles is saying to you, because the Knight of Pentacles to me would be like your guardian angel. It's all part of your spiritual team. And this Knight does literally say, like, I come at the right time, not before, not after. Why? Well, because if you're not ready for this ace, then you may not nurture it. And this ace needs nurtured, right? So it can grow and grow and grow. The Eight of Swords puts a little damper on it. It's definitely telling you and showing you that there is fear connected to love. Even though I want love, right? I want love. And I don't want any old love. I want a soulmate love. And the Knight's like, okay, that's what I'll do, but I'll do it at the right time. So now I know exactly what the right time means for this Knight. You know, this is a self-created prison. And it just means that I'm trying to protect myself from getting hurt. But in a way, it blocks. Instead of helping oneself, you're really hurting oneself. Now, it's self-created, so it can also be uncreated. It just means that I'm putting up walls instead of trusting in my own energy to be the measure of what's coming towards me. Now, I have a feeling that you've worked a lot of that energy out, but it is showing. We have the Two of Pentacles under the Ace of Pentacles. You know, I feel like this is, and then we have the King of Pentacles, Holy Pentacles. Let's take one on this side. Okay, the Ten of Swords. Well, that makes sense why that Eight of Swords is there. And look at the other side, the Five of Swords. So, you know, I just feel like, listen, there's a period in your life where love just didn't go right. You know, love was hard. You know, you may have taken a lot of daggers in your back. You definitely dealt with some toxic energy. And I know you don't want a repeat of that. So what did I do? I'm protecting myself. I'm protecting my heart. But the Knight's saying, well, then I can't come in. It wouldn't be the right time because this ace would just dry up and die. You wouldn't nurture it. But when you put these walls down, then it's the right time. Now, I don't feel like that you are completely in that Eight of Swords energy, but I still feel like there's some remnants of that energy remaining. And I feel like for comfort's sake, the Two of Pentacles coming under the Ace of Pentacles is saying, you know, this is not just about like wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. This is about, first of all, it's you making the decision. of whether you're going to accept that ace or you're not. Another reason why I got to look at that Eight of Swords, right? Because in the Eight of Swords, I may say no, even though I know you're looking for it. And here's the marriage card or the commitment card. These swords are what needs to be dealt with or looked at, reflected upon. Let's use that term, reflected upon. Why? Because I feel like, and listen, it doesn't mean I am completely healed and then love comes in. No, you don't have to be completely healed. I don't feel like the universe is that cruel. But as I work on these issues, then it's like the universe is paying attention. The universe is paying attention. And I feel like this king, yeah, it could certainly speak about, who's coming in next. But I also feel like it's talking about how I look at my life. And if I look at it from the big picture, then I can really start to understand and even break down these things, the things that could come between me and my love. But look at the love. Just don't let the past, don't give the past the power to dictate what your future is going to look like. This to me means taking on the fool's energy, planting the seeds, right? Because I feel like your spiritual team is listening. They're active in your life. I mean, love, love, love. Let's take one right in the middle. 10 of Wands. When I see the 10 of Wands, when we're talking about love, I often feel like this means the person probably, like this isn't a bad thing, but some people, stick it out to the very, very end. And that's not a bad thing. But I feel like we do need to know, like, all right, do I tend to put all the responsibility on my shoulders? Because that's not good either, right? You want a fair give and take in love. I do feel like you've had it rough. And this on the top line all looks beautiful. And I do feel like it's meant to find you, but at the right time. And that we cannot argue with. But it's just not any old love. It's a soulmate. And of course it's a soulmate. Who else would the Knight of Pentacles be bringing in? Right? The Knight of Pentacles isn't going to bring you in a shitty love. Excuse my language. But I feel like what your team wants you to do is just look at this energy that was of yesterday. And, also, because I feel like sometimes people can be cruel and, say mean things and that. And sometimes we take it to heart when really it's just that person was just spouting off. But this looks like great love is trying to find you. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not trying to find you. It will find you. But it will be in divine timing. And it will be when you are truly ready. Okay. Okay. Noki. All right, I'm going to do Noki, Love the shuffle sound. I do too, pretty eyes. Teresa, thank you, Sandy. You made me laugh when you threw the cards out. I've been working really hard to get rid of that energy. Update on my question a while back. Guys, they have. They have the shit together. That would be a first. Well, that may be exactly why, pretty eyes, why I was saying I don't think that you've had love like this before. All right, GR. And then I am heading out. Thank you guys for letting people know. About not to donate. But I see Jen A still here, been here since the beginning. Then you know how I feel. So Jen, go ahead and type your question. You probably already typed it, but it'd be impossible for me to go back and find it. But if you want to type your question in, I will go ahead and do yours also. But I'm going to do GR in the meantime. Hi, will Ray and I have love to love conversation soon? Okay, you and Ray. Excuse me just 1 second, guys. All right. I'm going to use the Light Seers Page of Swords. That could certainly signify conversation. But is it love to love? Let's see. Excuse me. So GR and Ray. Will they have a good, loving conversation soon? Look at that. The Knight of Cups. Mel. Definitely speaks of love. GR, I'm just noticing this letter that's on this blanket where I feel like this knight is kind of like waiting. And I'm wondering that, because this letter is really being illuminated to me. And I'm wondering if you should write a letter. The Chariot. Now, you certainly don't have to. That's something I've done often. Is I still do it. I'd rather write a letter, hand it to someone, let them read it, think about it, reread it, think about it more, and then get back to me. And that may be why I'm picking that up. We have the Four of Cups. Knight of Pentacles again. Two knights mirroring each other. GR, I'm really feeling like you should write a letter. Nine of Swords, but don't make it sad. We have the hangman, interesting, under the chariot. But then we have the Hierophant. Okay. And let's fill the block out. Death and, whoa, death, but then slash rebirth. Okay. So, interesting because the first card is the Knight of Cups. And before we even dealt the cards, I saw the Page of Swords. And to me, that means some type of communication. And this letter is really, and I'll show you what I mean. I don't know if you have your monitor on, but there's a letter just sitting there on the blanket. And I feel like because the Nine of Swords is underneath that, I almost feel like you need to get that out of you. But when you write the letter, if you choose to, it's not about making it sad, because I don't feel like that would be, like most guys would be like, that's just too sad. I'm generalizing there. But I do feel like that. I 100% feel like you should write a letter. Now, I'm saying a letter, could be an email, but here's the thing. Like, write it without expectations. Get out what you're feeling. And be willing to accept whatever comes back. Now, it could be good. Well, let's actually go on each side. The Magician, there's that Page of Swords. And let's go right in the middle. The Nine of Wands. So, I like the Nine of Wands versus the Nine of Swords, because the Nine of Wands means I'm reflecting on my life, at least the last chapter. Well, I feel like it must be talking about you and Ray. And, this is each owning their own responsibility within it. But it's really about how you have grown from it. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe that's what I'm saying. Like, I met you and I feel like, like I've grown so much. This person's really gained a lot of spiritual muscles because of her experiences. And I'm not telling you what to write, because that really has to be up to you. And I really don't want you to overthink it, because in the Nine of Swords, I can overthink. Definitely can overthink. But then I get this feeling like that your guides would help guide your words. I mean, there's great energy here. But yet, at the same time, we do have the Nine of Swords and we have the Hangman. And more than anything, I feel like this is for you. Like, I feel like your guides want you to get all these feelings out of your body. It's almost like laying my cards on the table, and whatever happens, happens. And why? Because you're powerful. Because you are a powerful soul. We don't always feel that. But I really feel like you need to lay your cards on the table. And I know you want to know, you're going to have a heart-to-heart. But something is telling me that heart-to-heart might come after the fact. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to take my advice. But man, do I feel that strongly. And I feel like your guides, why? Because I feel like it's affecting you. Whether it be anxiety, I feel like it's affecting you in a negative way. And by writing, it helps you to, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, extract it out of the body. And then whatever will be, will be. But I feel like it's met, like, and again, it's like, I don't, like, read it. You don't, like, maybe even put in the words, like, you don't need to respond. Just letting you know how I feel. But then I feel like they do respond. And that may be where the heart to heart comes in. Now, you do not have to take that advice, but I do feel like there is some way you need to get this energy out of you, because I don't feel like it's serving you. And I mean in a health way. But also, I feel like it'll help you and help the cause, so to speak. Okay. And that Page of Swords came back out. You know, to me, it's like even more clarification or even more confirmation. But I don't know. Part of me feels like she's not going to do that. I don't know. GR is going to do that. But I feel like that's what I was meant to say. All right. Gen A. Oh, Noki. Yeah, I didn't get you. Noki. All right. I'll go back and look. Excuse me. Yeah, you can do that, GR. Though part of me feels like you should give it to him. All right, Gen A. I recently met someone I really like. So my question is, does he feel the same way about me? Is he serious about this relationship? You're welcome, GR, very much. Is he serious about this relationship? You're a Pisces, and I'm always last. I'm sorry, my dear. But listen, the best is always last. Is that saying? All right. I was just thinking of your monthly reading for May. It had a lot of love in it. That I remember. All right, I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot, Jen. And then, Noki, I'm going to go back and find yours. I saw your donation. I thought, I don't know what's wrong with me. And then I'm going to head out. It's amazing how fast time goes. Like, I cannot believe it's 8:30 at night. Well, where I'm at. All right. For my beautiful Jen. Whoa. First of all, the Ace of Swords, but read what it says. Triumphant success. You know, I feel like I right away I'm feeling the best thing right off the bat is keeping the line of communication open. You know what I mean? Like don't think things that you're not sure of without being sure of them. Because I know that made no sense. It made sense in my brain, but I don't know if it made sense in your brain. We have the Emperor. We have light. Firm foundation. Okay. I have a feeling this is talking about what I was just talking about. I'm sorry, guys. Let me grab a drink real quick. Okay. This looks very good, Jen. I think this is giving us a few clues also, though. I feel like communication is key. That's what's going to build this foundation. That's what's going to make the two of you strong. Do I feel like that they are also interested in you? I do. I definitely do. I also feel like this is a good person. I do. I feel like this is a good person. Hang on. We have the Four of Cups. Excuse me. You know, I'm saying keep the line of communication open, but I also want to say, like, because I do feel like I feel like they're just as interested in you as, excuse me, you them. But but what? I don't know. 3 4s. Stability. Whoa. Okay, that's a lot, but we're going to take them. Memories of love. Partnerships and alliances right under the sun. Hello, Ace of Pentacles. Now, this is love, right? It says prosperity begins. But to me, the Ace of Pentacles means that it's something that's in your physical world, or it's coming into your physical world. What's already in your world. Stand your ground. Suffering in silence. The world. Why did I put them there? And then beautiful temperance. Patience. You know what I feel like, Jen? I feel like this is a relationship that, like most, well, no, I don't want to compare it to like most relationships. But I'm talking about relationships that are made to last. I feel like I don't want to try to move it too quickly. You know, like I feel like I want to try to let it happen as naturally as possible. And why? Because you really are building the foundation right now. And because we have the Nine of Swords here, which again is in this deck, it says suffering in silence. I don't really feel that. So to me, that might be old energy. You know, like there could be a little fear wrapped up around love, you know. But I feel like try to let this like evolve the way that it wants to evolve. I feel like it is going to evolve. I do feel like it's going to evolve. But I feel like if I try to push my agenda too quickly, I don't know if those are the right words, but if still, I feel like if I, you know, like if I try to push something before it's time, then that feels restrictive. And restrictive never feels good. So the more I can just enjoy, go with the flow, I definitely feel that they feel the same way, maybe even more than what you feel. But still, it doesn't mean that everyone expresses that. Did you say you were Pisces? Where'd you go? Yep, you said you're a Pisces. Well, that makes sense because I mean, I love Pisces. Pisces is my opposite. I'm a Virgo. And Virgo and Pisces can learn so much from each other. But Pisces does like to put, and I get it. It's like, I want to know where we're going. I want to know how it's going to work out. I want to know if you're going to be the one, but sometimes it's like, oh, then I miss all the joy and the butterflies. And I feel like all of that is part of this journey. And that's what it feels like, Jen. It feels like it's a journey. It's a journey, but you do have the world here. So I feel like, this is meant to come into the next chapter. And not only the world, but you have temperance, which is about divine timing. And temperance says, let go of control and just trust in divine timing. So I feel that the least, no, that's not the right word. What am I trying to say? Like, I want to try not to control. I don't feel like I'm saying it right. I feel like you want love now. And I do feel like this is going to turn into love. But I feel like if I guess, push my agenda, not that you don't have every right to have that agenda, but I feel like it can scare people off. And I don't mean you in particular. I mean just people. Like, I feel like all people, if we push our agenda too much, sometimes it can scare another off. Now, you may say, well, so be it. And then so be it, right? Because you have every right to live the way you want to live. But I have to say, I love everything that's on the board. I love that the Emperor is here, because that tells me the type of person that you met. It tells me, this is someone you can look up to. I love the sun being right next to that. So I feel like I don't have to worry about things that are done in the dark, because again, anything done in the dark will come to the light. The sun is complete illumination. So I feel like there's nothing to fear, right? There's nowhere for the shadows to hide. And I feel like you're building memories. You're building memories right now. And I feel like maybe that's why I'm saying, don't try to move it sooner than it wants to move. Instead, just try to be in it. Just try to be in it and enjoy it and be playful. I mean, you're a Pisces. Come on. Be playful, be flirty. That's what I wish I had from Pisces. I don't know how to flirt. I'm a terrible flirt. But I like everything about this. And I love that the world is here, because I do feel like that's signifying that this moves on into the next chapter, or this becomes part of the chapter. Love. Go with the flow. And you just might be surprised where you end up. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. But Jen, I love that. Except for the Nine of Swords. But, so is life. All right. Oh, look, my whole screen just went blank. Noki, he's a Leo. I'm reading Jen. He's a Leo. Oh my, Pisces and Leo together. Well, Leo loves the spotlight. You both need to know that you're being loved. well, I shouldn't say you need to know. No, I'm generalizing when I say that. But I feel like you could be very good together. Okay, Nokia, there you are. How did I miss you? All right, so I'm going to do, I don't know why I'm calling you Nokia. Um, how does Ellie feel about me? Is it L? I can't even see anymore. Yeah, Ellie Phillippe, does he offer me a relationship? Okay. I feel like I want to finish this reading with the good tarot. Or I'm sorry, God, with the cozy witch tarot. Noki. Dang, Nine of Swords keeps showing. Okay, but it's the first card. Six of Cups. Ten of Swords. Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles is mirroring the Nine of Swords. Wow, Knight of Pentacles again. I mean, thank you. Knight of Pentacles has been coming out all day. Four of Cups. Temperance. There's a lot of cards that Jen had. Interesting, huh? But completely different deck. And then the Hermit. Let's just go right ahead and take one in each side. Three of Wands. I like that. Well, except the Two of Swords is mirroring it. It's almost like I can be of one or two energies. I can enjoy the present moment. That's what the Three of Wands speaks about. Just, and it doesn't mean that I'm not going to be excited if a relationship comes my way. It just means that I'm going to trust in divine. And by the way, here is the Knight of Pentacles and here is Temperance. So you have a lot of divine energy here. But I kind of get the same feeling of like enjoying each moment, right? Enjoying each moment. I kind of feel like, I almost feel like you need to calm your energy for some reason. And I don't know why, but I feel like my hands are meant to go like this, like just calm your energy. Calm. Stay calm. Here's why. It feels like the same type of reading. Like, again, if, I feel like what we've got to learn is, will a relationship be offered up? I think so. But then I got to let go of, for the time being, of the final destination, because we're missing the butterflies. We're missing the beginning where really there's so much joy to be had. Even in fighting, there can be joy, right? Because then we make up. So I feel like I need that. Might be why I'm being told just slow your energy, knowing the divine is here. Because here's the thing, I feel like it's interesting, but I feel like I could come off to them as what's the word? I was going to say needy, but I don't feel needy, but almost where I don't want to. How do I say this? I don't want to scare them off. But at the same time, if you scare them off, then you scare them off. If someone loves you, it'd be hard to scare them off. But I feel, so here's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling that there is a great potential of a relationship being offered. Now, next to that, it is about going with the flow of this. It is about building memories together. And if we skip that part, then our foundation will be weak. And if the foundation is weak, then anything can come in and blow it over. Keep an optimistic view. Don't overthink. Try not to overthink. Now, I'm a Virgo, and I overthink all the time. But I pick it up very quickly. Wait, Sandy, you're overthinking. Knight of Pentacles. It tells you that this will come together at the right time. Temperance. Let me control the things you cannot control. And we can't control another person. Also, I feel like be yourself. Be yourself. And don't be afraid to be yourself. But don't worry. Don't put a lot of worry on this, because I feel like that puts a damper on it. Other than that, I feel like you're building memories, and those memories are important to build. So if we're building memories, I feel like there's a potential that this, that it can go, I don't know what the word is, the whole way. But I feel like you guys want you just to think about right now. How do I feel right now? Not how do I feel, but enjoying right now. Enjoying the present moments. Because again, let's say I want a relationship, but then but I come across with all these swords. Well, that's scary. That's anxiety. And that's what I'm feeling. It can be too much. It can be anxiety ridden. But it doesn't need to be that way. And I know you didn't ask any of these questions, but I feel like that's what you guys want you to know. Trust in divine. Trust in divine timing. Same thing the Knight of Pentacles says. It's like we have your back. Now just have your own back. And enjoy. Enjoy. Because I feel like the more I can enjoy, the more this is going to turn into a relationship. The more laughter and playfulness, and same thing I said to, I think it was Jen, the more that we can just be that part of ourselves, I feel like the more this is just naturally going to turn into a relationship, not whether someone else is asking me. It just naturally feels like it goes that way. Okay, I'm going to let that be. And I literally cannot talk anymore. So I thank everyone I know I left a lot of questions on the board, but it's impossible. I can't believe it's oh my God, now it's almost 9. Holy cow. Um you're very welcome. All right, guys. I thank you all. I love you all. Um and remember, I'm going to maybe the next live. I mean, we'll see. I'm going to go by my intuition, where we're just going to talk about past lives, especially as it relates to love, because I do feel some of you have past lives together. So there could be things that maybe weren't worked out in a past life that now we have the opportunity to work out in this life. You know what I mean? Plus, I feel soulmates, like they come into the world, you're born with amnesia, and then I feel like the adventure of it all is finding each other. It's like two souls speaking in heaven saying, I hope we can find each other down there. So, anyway, I'm going to stop talking. I love you guys. I thank you. I'll see you next time at the table. Sorry for anyone I left on the table. I really did try my best. Bye-bye. Have a great rest of your night here, wherever you're at. Have a good day, good evening. Bye-bye, guys.